live. I am live, and I should probably fix the camera a little bit. Hello, everybody. Let me just do something real quick. How's everybody doing? I'm just testing something out real quick. It's been a while since I've done the live stream. Actually, I'm gonna probably just put something out that says that I am live now, just so people know about it. Hello. I'm just gonna give it a few minutes, just so everyone can trickle in. I know it's an odd time to do a live stream, but I just want to make sure that everyone knows that we're live. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna post a link on my Twitter and my Instagram and stuff real quick. So don't mind me if I'm just looking at my phone. I swear that I am gonna talk. Well, actually, can you guys hear me? First off, for the people that are here, just give me like a yes in the chat, por favor. Because I think, okay, cool, awesome. Thank you, Bernie. Okay, sorry, I'm just posting a link real quick. To watch. Awesome. Well, thank you for confirming all that. We'll get started real quick. Or we'll get started in a little bit. Again, just gonna put out some tweets because I still call them tweets, even though they're not tweets anymore. And then I'll probably post something on Threads and all that stuff. So, anyways, so how is everyone doing? How's everyone's Sunday so far? I'll give it a little bit more time to people, and then I will start with this whole live stream thing, which I haven't done a live stream in like a while. I think the last time I did a live stream was probably my first time doing a live stream, which was back in December when I basically did it on the anniversary of my channel, which is December 1st, but I think I did it the day before, which is like November 30th, I think. That was the first time I did it. Didn't know what the heck I was doing. I still don't know what the heck I'm doing. But I feel like a good amount of things have happened between now and then. That was like 6 months ago, which is crazy because in like 6 months it'll be like November, December. Oh wow. Well, hello. Look at the chat. Oh. Well, hello, Gary in España. I have yet to be. Actually, I did go to mainland Spain last year, which I think I'm going to be putting out a video about it within the next few weeks when I went to Rota, which I think is like on the southeast or southwest part of the country, I believe, or is the south part? I think. I don't remember which one it was. I think it was Spain. But it sucks that it's pouring rain over there. I feel like it's pouring rain everywhere. Like it's on and off drizzle here in St. Louis. So hopefully you're staying dry and warm and cozy. Sorry if you have to sleep early or if you have stuff to do the next day. Hopefully I won't be too long for this live stream. I know I like to ramble a lot. Awesome, Bernie. It's 80, like 80 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, that's not a bad temperature because I feel like it's only going to get hotter as the summer like continues. Which is not even summer; it's technically still spring, but it feels like summer in some places. Um, okay, I'll give it like probably like 4 more minutes until like I start this. But in the meantime, I guess I will give people some time to trickle in, but there have been some questions that people have asked me on my social media, so I guess I can answer a few of them now just to kill some time. And if you guys also have any other questions, feel free to answer or put them in the chat, and I'll answer them as soon as I am able to. And also, if like the audio cuts out or if there's like something wrong or if you guys can't hear me, please let me know as well. Let's see, what is a question that I can ask? Let's see. I guess I'll start with the Instagrams. Um, let's see. There's one from RMPRE. That's the username. I don't know how to pronounce that, but that person says, "What city would you have moved to if you had the choice in the United States or in Canada?" Um, well, to be honest, I haven't been to Canada in like a hot second. I think the last time I went there, well, the only places I've really been to, actually, I think the only place I went to was is Vancouver, the one on like the West Coast, the one that's like right next to Oregon, because I think that's the only time that I actually have been to Canada, which I want to go to Canada like a lot more. There's a lot of places up there that I would love to go to. So I really don't think that I would have a fair say in terms of Canada or like living somewhere in Canada. But in the United States, I feel like there's like a lot of places that I would like to go live at. Um, I think my main one would be San Francisco. I just love it so much, and of course, like super expensive there. And there's like other things that aren't perfect about the city, but it's just like the vibe and the feeling that I get when I'm there. I really love it. And Chicago, I guess, would also be a hello, Lost Boy 3080. And Bernie, it's been raining the last few months. Yeah, I just it's the rain lately has been crazy, and I love the rain, but I just don't love it when I have plans when there's not supposed to be rain, but then it rains. Like that kind of like defeats the purpose. Sometimes it makes it a little bit more special. Like I know there was I think we were doing a cruise, me and my family, and we were in I think it was either St. Lucia or one of the other Virgin Islands, and I think it was supposed to rain while we were doing a tour of the island that day. And I was super bummed, but I think it just added to the ambiance and like the exploration vibe that I love. If you don't know, but I think it just really added like a sense, a moody sense or moodiness to it. Anyways, what time is it? It is 11:18, or not 11:18. It is 12:09. So I think I will start with this live stream. But well, hello everybody. Thank you for being here. Um, Sorry if I am interrupting anything important that's happening right now for you to be here. Of course, if you have to like log off or do something, you're more than welcome to do so, and come back later. I don't know how long this is supposed to last. The last time I did a live stream, it was only supposed to last for like an hour. That's what I told myself, but then it ended up being twice that long. So I am aiming for probably another hour with this live stream. But knowing me, just be prepared for me to ramble on a little bit. And again, as I've said before, if the mic isn't working or if you guys can't hear me or if it's hard to hear, um, or if you can't see me, just please let me know just so I can try and figure that out, even though I am not a tech person at all. But yeah, so this live stream is basically just for me to talk about my 10 years in the Air Force. Because if you don't already know, May 17th of 2016 is when I left California and headed to San Antonio, Texas to begin my basic military training, my BMT experience at Lackland Air Force Base. And my life has completely changed since then. It's been a crazy past 10 years. And I originally wanted to do a kind of documentary style video where I put it out onto here on my YouTube channel. And it would have been like, it would have pretty much been kind of similar to this, but it would have been more narrative driven instead of like me like explaining things from like the past and then like year by year, which I'm kind of going to be doing that like this time as well. But it was going to be more like thematic and cinematic. And I did record something for it, but the microphone didn't work. And like that was like 2 or 3 hours of recording. And I just like felt super discouraged. So I was like, screw it. I'm just going to do a live stream because I feel like some people like the authenticity of a live stream. Um, Anyways, and then also like if you guys have questions and stuff, put it in the chat, and whenever I get a chance to like look over there when I'm done yapping, I will try and answer them or comment on whatever you guys uh, send my way. Well, Christopher SEA says greetings from Seattle. I got your postcard and brochure. I enjoy your travel vlogs all the time. Keep on living your life and keep on living your life doing what makes you happy. Thank you, Christopher. I appreciate it a lot, and I'm super glad that you got my postcard from last year. Which, if you didn't know, which I should have gotten something or like got it, but like I sent out some Frassix 2025 postcards that were very themed to last year's theme, which was very like adventure-y and kind of like Indiana Jones, Uncharted, that kind of style. So it was super awesome, and I had to handwrite every single one pretty much, and it took a lot of time and a lot of money, but I feel like it was worth it just for me to say thank you for everything you guys did for me last year. But if this is your first time actually seeing me right now, or like this year's like your first time actually, what am I trying to say? Anyways, welcome. But in terms of the brochure, speaking of the brochure, which if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's this brochure. Actually, I sent them out to people that gave me their address last year for the postcard and who are also living in the United States just because it was the most convenient thing to do at the time. And I didn't really announce anything for it just because I wanted it to be more so of a surprise for people. And I sent them out a couple of weeks ago before I went on my Miami birthday trip. And I feel like a lot of people have said that they got it. I know I've been backlogged on messages and whatnot on my social medias, but I feel like a good amount of people have said that they got it. And I appreciate them for letting me know about it. And I will technically be announcing this tomorrow on all my social medias. But I told people before when they asked if I was going to be sending them like internationally to like different countries besides the United States, or if you live in the United States now but you never got a postcard, people have been asking me about that. And I said that there would be a time where I would announce that I would be sending out those brochures. And if you can already guess, tomorrow is going to be that day. So you guys will have the exclusive sneak peek or announcement right now that I'm going to be basically sending out a link which will take you to like a Google form thing, and all you have to do is just fill out your name and then your address exactly how it's going to be written on the envelope, and then those will be sent out probably around June, July time. Something happened. Anyways, yeah, so if you want a brochure and you haven't gotten one yet, or you're international, and I think I can send my brochures anywhere internationally with international stamp, because I think that worked before for the postcards. So if you want one, basically just look out for the link sometime tomorrow, my time, I guess, which is Central Time. And I will try and send this out as soon as I can, just to get a little bit of a hype. Because also a week from today, I am going to be resuming my flight attendant vlogs here on my YouTube channel. Which there was a little bit of like a pause in terms of like me uploading stuff here on YouTube, but I kind of tried to fill that in on my other social medias with like mostly on Instagram because I use Instagram the most, with me making real versions of my vlogs that I've done in the past. So I was basically posting one pretty much almost every day. And I think that got me a few new people that want to follow me in my adventures. And next week is going to be the time. It's going to be kind of weird because I'm going to be at the airport next week when it premieres, I think. But it's still going to be an exciting time. And I'm really excited for you guys to continue the journeys with me. Because again, majority of these trips were like last year. Like I did all these like last year and went to all these locations, and I wanted it to have enough time between then and now to try and like edit them and make sure that they were good enough for me to put out. And I feel like I'm at a place where like at least the first couple of weeks, they will you or I will be uploading videos. So I'm pretty excited about that. Anyways, let me look in the chat. KR Ryan says, watching from a deployed location. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. All the best to you and your deployed location. I appreciate it a lot that you are tuning into this, even if it's for a little bit, because I know how busy you can get during deployments, which technically I have never deployed in my entire military career. Like ever, for all the jobs that I've had, I've been like non-deployable basically. Um, but I am, kudos on you for watching all the way over there. I'm surprised. Hopefully, the internet's good over there. I heard of some people saying like it's not like the best internet in certain locations. But anyways, so I guess I will start again with the whole reason why we're here is me joining the Air Force 10 years ago, exactly on this day. And a lot of people have asked me like why I joined the Air Force, or like my influence for joining the Air Force. And I guess a little bit of a backstory, which hopefully it won't take too long for me to explain. But basically, my dad was in the Navy when he came to America. And then he lived in America for a couple of years. And then he met my mom. They got married. And then my dad joined the Navy. And then pretty soon after that, I was born. And then after that, my sister was born. And then once my sister was born, he got stationed in Sicily, which is the island under Italy. And me and my mom and my dad and my sister all flew over there and lived there for a couple of years. And that's where all of the traveling stuff happened. We traveled to so many locations around Europe. And that was my first real exposure to like traveling, or the desire to travel, even though I unfortunately don't remember like 99 or 98% of those trips, just because I was just so young and I didn't really care for it or appreciate it that much. So I can only live it through pictures, unfortunately, and videos that we have, um, which I don't even have much videos because I think the VHS tapes that we have, I don't know how to make them digitally. So if you guys know how to, just let me know. But yeah, so that's where we lived for a few years. And then my dad got transferred to Virginia. And then we had to move back to Virginia for a couple of years. And then he hit his 20 years in the Navy. And then he decided to retire back in California. So in 2010, I think that's when he retired. That's when we all moved back to California. And that's where I've been ever since, until I joined the military. And I guess the main reason why I joined the military was it was kind of like an easy way out, just because at the time, because I went through high school, I started in 2011 and graduated in 2015, which I know for some of you is either like I'm super young, or I know for other people, they say that I'm very ancient, graduating in 2015. But anyway, so I graduated 2015, started college, which I went to Cal Poly Pomona, or that's where I was going to be going to. So I went to summer orientation, summer 2015. It was amazing. I loved it. I was really excited for it, even though I still didn't know what I wanted to do in terms of like life or what I wanted to do for my job. But I kind of like knew that I wanted to do engineering, or at least that's what I originally wanted to do when I was younger. And I didn't really have any other choice in terms of like any plans to do anything else. So that's why I was like, okay, let me just apply to all these um, like engineering places. And I got Cal Poly Pomona. So even though I didn't really want to do it, I did it anyways. And then I started later that year in the fall time, and things did not work out well for me. And pretty much by that December, I was failing out of my classes, and it was not pretty. It was not fun. Um, so that's basically when I think I was on like winter break or something, and I discussed it with my parents, and they brought up the military. And at that point, I was like, either I get my grades up, which I think at that point it was like very too late for that, and that, or join the military, again, the easy way out. So I chose that. And so pretty much uh, the first week or two of 2016 in January, that's when I went to the nearest recruiting office to Cal Poly Pomona. And that's where my Air Force journey technically begins. So I went to the recruiter. I think I actually went to the wrong branch initially because I didn't know really anything about the branches. Um, and actually, my dad was the one, even though he was Navy, who suggested for me to go into the Air Force just because he knew that the Air Force, in theory, treats their people better, they have more money, and it would be more my vibe, which I didn't know anything about any branches. I thought all branches were the same. So whatever he would have told me, I would have followed. So he told me to go Air Force, so I went Air Force. Anyway, so when I was going to the recruiting office, I think I walked, I don't remember what branch it was. It was probably like the Army or something. And then I guess I opened the door, and the guy that was there was like, he said something, and I was like, I'm looking for the Air Force. And I've seen those videos sometimes where like, or like stories online where people like try, or the recruiters in the branch that you accidentally go into try to convince you to go into their branch. But the guy that was just at his desk, like he paused for like a bit, and then he was like, the Air Force is like next door. And I was like, oh, thanks. Um, so yeah, maybe if he tried to convince me to join his branch, I guess this would be a completely different thing. So water break. Anyway, so I go into the recruiter's office. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I don't remember too much actually about what went down during my first few times. I just remember that the entire process was very quick in terms of me, like from like first time meeting my recruiter to like swearing in to the military, and going through MEPS and all that stuff. I remember being very quick, probably less than a month or within a month's time, because the MEP station, which if you don't know what MEP stands for, which I don't know what MEP stands for, but it's like the military entry program station, something along those lines. Can someone look that up, please? But basically, my MEP station was in LA, in Los Angeles. Even though Pomona is kind of like a long ways away from, it's not really a long ways away. It's probably like a little bit of a drive. Um, Hello, Patrick from New Jersey. Welcome to the stream. I'm just talking about my recruiting experience. So basically, anyways, yeah, I went to LA and I did my MEP stuff. I took my ASVAB, and I don't think I've really told many people this since I kind of even forget it sometimes. But when I originally chose my job, because I took the ASVAB, I got pretty high scores. Or yeah, I took the ASVAB, got pretty high scores, but I still ended up getting a or was supposed to go into like a plumbing job. Um, but that's pretty much how like the that was pretty much my job up until I had to or what am I trying to say? Let me back up. So took the ASVAB, got pretty high scores, um, and I was still supposed to go into this like plumbing kind of job, which I guess I was okay with. It was better than failing out of college. But when my recruiter found out about it, she wanted me to take the D lab, which is the tests. I think it's called the D lab, the test that you have to take to try and become a linguist. And I didn't really know too much about it. So I took it. I passed barely. I think if I would have gotten 1 point less, I wouldn't have passed, but I barely passed. And then my recruiter was like, "Oh, you have to take the linguist job now that you passed it." And like, spoiler alert, you don't have to take any job like until you sign, like literally saying that you are going to take that job. You don't have to do anything. But me being naive and not knowing any better, I was like, oh, she says I have to take the job because I passed my D lab. So I was like, okay. So I was like, okay, I'm going from this plumber job to this linguist job. Which I was like, okay, that could be probably better. Maybe like I didn't really know what that meant. I kind of was excited to learn a language. Of course, they didn't tell me what language I was going to be learning. Um, but oh, military entrance processing station. Thank you, Bernie. That's what I meant. Hello, Cam Zine, Air Force vet here. B1B crew chief. Hey, that's awesome. I love my crew chiefs that I fly with. Well, welcome to the chat. Um, and hello to Ron Meadows, 890. Enjoy your stories. Thank you. I feel like I ramble a lot, so I'm sorry. I know people are just going in and out of this live stream as they should because people are busy. But I just do appreciate your guys' time here, even if it's for a little bit. Just to hear me talk. Which there'll be more than talking in a little bit, like visuals and stuff. But for now, I'm just trying to give you like a backstory until I got to BMT. So, anyways, we are probably where did I leave off at? Yeah. So I swore into the Air Force pretty much like a month after I initially went to my recruiter. And then I was like, cool. Um, okay, so I got a job. I'm going to be basically in this weird period where my recruiter will tell me which date is the day that I'm going to be shipping out, which I didn't know at the time, but for now I have to focus on like getting out of college. So like I think I had to like take some finals and like I didn't really care for them anymore because I was just gonna be getting out anyways. So I did that and then I stayed back home because Cal Poly Pomona was only like an hour, 30 minutes to an hour drive from my house. So it's not like I left my home state or anything to go to college. Fortunately, it was just a short drive. So even like while I was in college, I commuted every other week and just to do laundry and stuff. And I still saw my friends that lived there. So it was a good experience living there. But I feel it was also like the detriment, or not detriment, but like the downfall or the downside, because I felt like I was just too comfortable. And that's probably one of the reasons why I failed out of college. Hmm. Um, but anyways, so I had to stay at my house for a little bit while my recruiter was working on trying to get me a date to go into the military. And again, this is probably like in February, like end of February, beginning of March. And then April, still nothing. Or like the beginning of April. But I think around April time is when I officially got like a day that I was like, okay, you're gonna be leaving on this day. And I was like, cool. And then she was like, May 17th is going to be the day that you leave. And I think that's the only like date that was like concrete. I don't think there was anything official that got pushed back. So yeah, May 17th is the day that you're going to be leaving to go to basic training. And then that was the goal. I had to basically just prepare myself mentally, physically, all the ease until that day. And I don't think I met up too many times with people beforehand, actually, just because again I was going through like getting out of college and I was just very busy with stuff. I didn't really interact with people in the Air Force that were already in the Air Force or also joined the Air Force beforehand. But anyways, so I wait for a little bit longer, and then there is the day that I was waiting on, which was May 17th. And I actually have a Snapchat, because back in the day when Snapchat was like really popular, because I don't use it anymore, but back in the day, I used that all the time. I saved all my stories, or most of my stories, when you could be able to save them on Snapchat. And I basically recorded the entire day of me like waking up on May 17th back in California up until my Texas, like me arriving to San Antonio. And I have it saved here and I wanted to share it with you guys. This will be the first of many visuals. So hopefully the audio works, because I've tested it out and I think it should be fine. But please let me know if it is not fine. I don't know if it's gonna be here. Wow, I thought that it was gonna be here actually. Oh, I have to open it up. As you can tell, I'm not the best at doing this stuff. Anyways, so here and then here you go. Okay, can you guys still hear me? Because I know it changed. And now I'm like small. But anyways, so yeah, so this is the Snapchat story that I have saved up until like I got to San Antonio. So enjoy. It's not long at all. It's only like 50 seconds. But anyways, here we go. So yeah, this is me leaving the hotel and going into MEPS, which is like right there. Actually, we'll just watch it fully first, and then I'll go back and explain some things. Also, let me know if you can hear the audio in the video.
We are leaving to go to the airport right now, and yeah, I'm kind of excited, but we don't leave until 2. So.
All right, everybody.
Okay, so that was basically it. The journey of me going from California to San Antonio. So this first part over here is, as I said before, me leaving the hotel, because we had to stay at a hotel the night before we left for basic training. And I think this was like the Four Seasons. And I think it was pretty close to the base, or not to the base, to the MEP station. So we all got on a bus that took us here to the MEP station, or MEPS, because I think station is already part of MEPS. So the MEPS. And then at 5 in the morning, so it was pretty early, and I think we just had to do like final paperwork and stuff. And then around 12, is when we got, or at least my group, because I think we went in different waves, I believe. So this is us just waiting for the bus to take us to the airport. So there's the bus.
We are leaving to go to the airport right now.
Also, I hate my early vlogging days. My voice is very, I'm not as professional as I am right now. Not to say that I'm professional right now or I'm not an expert right now, but back then it was cringe. But anyways, this is me just explaining.
And yeah, I'm kind of excited, but we don't leave until 2. So.
All right, everybody.
And then this is me saying goodbye to the MEPS, which I visited this place after I joined the military just to go back just once to take a picture with it. So I might show you guys that later. But yeah, that's me leaving. And then this is us heading to the airport with the timestamp or video or date stamp. And then this is us. I think you can see the, what was it? Like us heading into LAX. And then this is us going in to the airport. Then, yep, LAX. It's us on the plane. And I just remember being super nervous the entire time I was on the plane. I think there was a little book that the recruiter gave us. And we were just like, I was just studying it, but I was like, it was more of a distraction than me like studying it because I was just freaking out because I was like, this is the first real time that I'm going to be doing something on my own where I don't really know anyone or like everyone else around me is a stranger, essentially, even though we're all going to be going into basic training together. So I was kind of freaking out on the plane right over there. And then we arrived in San Antonio, my first time ever, I think my first time ever in Texas at that point. I believe so. That was my first time ever in Texas. But yeah, so I went into San Antonio. You can't really, oh, what am I trying to do? But yeah, so San Antonio. Oh, what if I do? Anyways, so which is pretty late in the evening. It said like 6:30 in the evening. I was already doing military time too, so props to me for doing that, and I still use it. So, anyways, and then this right here is literally the last thing that I recorded of myself before I got my phone back after basic training. So this right here, this face right here is the last thing that people saw before I didn't talk to them for like 8.5 weeks. And then I quickly saved it and I was freaking out because if you can't tell, but like they had seats that they told us to sit in after we got off the plane. And they just told us just to like sit down and wait, which I feel like is, hurry up and wait. That's the military motto, right? But yeah, so we were like in these like chair things. And I was very nervous and I wanted to save or post this last story real quick. So I remember like really like recording this real quick and then like saving it and then like turning off my phone. And I think after that, that is pretty much like me going into Lackland, and then that's when the whole BMT experience begins. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Let me just exit out of this. Okay. Anyways, let me pause real quick to look at the chat to see if there's anything. Awesome. Well, thank you, everyone. I don't know. Can you guys hear me right now? I don't want to keep on asking that every time I change. But if I don't, if you can't hear me, just please let me know. Well, hello, M. Johnson from Central Texas. Hello. I'm going to be going to Texas in a couple months again after I went earlier this year. So I'm pretty excited about that. I love Texas, as you will tell probably by my stories. Anyways, so like I was mentioning before, we got to the airport, we had to wait for a little bit, and then eventually we were loaded up into a bus that took us from the airport down to Lackland. and I just remember being so nervous. And then they yelled at us when we got onto the base, or like whenever we stopped in front of the processing center. You know, of course, MTI gets on the bus, yelled, blah, 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 get off the bus. Which, speaking of, I have some video that they shot of me, or not necessarily just of me, but of my overall BMT experience that I want to share with you guys if you guys haven't already seen it, because I posted it on Instagram. And it was also the trailer that was before this whole live stream. So I want to go over that with you guys, just so I can reminisce about my basic training experience. So let me see if I can find that. Okay, let's see. I'm here. Awesome. You guys can still see me. But yeah, so this is a video that I posted, I think, for the 5-year anniversary, and it's called All Footage Filmed at my Air Force Basic Mil Training BMT. And this has a lot more of the content that I didn't cut from the clip that I showed a little bit ago for my trailer. But this is technically, yeah, so anyways, let's begin.
Get off the bus! Hurry up! Why am I waiting for you to get off the bus? Let's go! Let's go!
Yeah, so this is, I don't think I was in this group that is shown here right now, but it is, I think I was kind of later, because I remember us arriving late at night, because like I said, it was like 6:30 by the time we arrived, and I think this was like earlier in the day by the daytime. But yeah, so this was the processing station, and I don't know why it looks so vintage, even though it's like 10 years old. I remember us having to hold the package.
Where's the stop?
The yelling just brings back like so much trauma. But yeah, so this is walking. Also, if I'm like talking and then like the audio is a little bit too much or like it's interfering, just let me know as well, so I can like pause it every time I talk.
Really? Face this way! It's not hard! Zip the jacket up. I said zip the jacket up. Did I ask you to come? Nope.
I think this is like the very first thing that we did was get our rain jacket. I think that's what we were doing.
Sure didn't. Don't care if you're here or not. So roll your eyes at me again. Go to the back of the lawn. Being careful or mindful of where your items go.
And then they gave us like these pouches, which I think had stuff that we were going to keep with us for the rest of the BMT thing. I really don't remember.
Once the mesh bag is empty, hold it above your head.
And this is also like, I know that I cut some clips to make the shortened version of what I posted online and what was the trailer for this live stream. But this is technically the first time that I'm actually going to be watching it like throughout, like actually, because I feel like I only like skimmed over some stuff while making the shortened version. So like it's kind of surreal like watching all this. Bob in the chat asks, are you a dual citizen? No, I am a 100% American, born in the United States, raised in the United States, only one citizenship. And Lost Boy says that seems stressful. Very much so, but I feel like sometimes, or after a while, you get used to it. Kind of. This is us trying out our boots and getting like our uniforms, I think. Because I think before this, we had to get our hair cut, as in like shaved, and I look ugly AF, which stands for Air Force. But yeah, so I think we got our head shaved, and then we went to go get our uniforms. So this was us trying on our boots. And who's this? This is actually me. You're gonna see me a handful of times, and I'll try to point myself out every time I do come onto the screen, just so you guys can see. But yeah, so that is me. If we go back a little bit. And then this is us like trying on our clothes. We have to go outside, and like I don't know why we have to do this outside, just because probably it was too small for us to do things inside, because they just had to like process it real quick. But they have a system in place, so they know what they're doing more or less. They're all the MTIs, when they're not yelling. And this is us getting like all the vaccines and shots and everything else that we need to get injected into us to be part of the military. So this is us doing that. This is me right here. So look at that bald head, and then I had glasses at the time. So I had my glasses strap. They issued them to everyone that had glasses, such as like this guy right here, and then other ones. You'll see us with glasses straps. So yeah, so be mindful of that. So there's me still. I guess take the med, and then it's me.
Next to each other.
Me cheesing the heck. Look at that. Look. I want to pause it and like I can find it. Anyways, so there. And then there's me cheesing like an idiot. I don't know why. The camera loves me, what can I say? And I love the camera. Yeah, so this is me, one of my cameos. And now we are in the gas chamber part of the video, which I remember it being very, very, not painful, but just like it was one of the worst things I experienced in my life up to that point. I haven't done it since, so I don't really know if it's still one of the worst experiences, because I've gone through a lot of things. But I remember at the time I was just like very scared for this moment, and I wanted everything to go right. You'll see me too, probably right here. We're just basically waiting to go into the gas chamber.
You are on the left and showing me green.
Which, yep, so this is basically where, was this during Warrior Week? But yeah, so if you don't know what a gas chamber is, you basically just go, and you'll see here, you basically go into a little room, and there's this poisonous gas. I forgot what kind of gas it is. But long story short, it's bad. You don't want to breathe it in. You can't breathe it in. It hurts. It's hard to breathe in. So we had to go into the room, and I don't remember the exact order of it, but they did the gas here, as you can tell. And then I think we had to, like, after a while, there'd be an instructor saying, take it off. They had to take it off. And then that's when it was difficult to breathe. And you had to recite something. I forgot what you had to recite. But once you were done reciting that, then you could, once everyone was done reciting that, because everything is a group effort, then I think they let us go out. But I just remember, when I took that off, I was just like, I can't breathe. It was just so horrible. Yeah, I don't think they show us taking off the mask here, but this is us out afterwards. You can tell people were really struggling. People were throwing up afterwards because it was just so bad. But you can also see me going out, which I don't think I look too bad. I'm right here, so I just look very upset. I don't look like I'm gonna throw up like a few of these people, and I didn't throw up. I just needed air, basically. Yeah, it's funny to look at, but it's not fun to experience. And then this is us walking around afterwards, just so we could get used to being back out into the air that's not toxic to us. And just, I don't know why they made us put our arms out like that, and walk around the perimeter of the thing. But we did that. And then this is for like I don't know if this is during Beast Week, which is I don't know if they still have Beast Week or not. A lot has changed since 2016, but Beast Week for us was like we go out and we're like in a deployed environment and we have to like camp out and be in these like either like tents or huts or whatever and simulate a deployed environment and shower in like these really dirty conditions, but it felt very like as real as a simulation can be for beginner Air Force individuals. This is one of the things that I don't remember too much of doing this, honestly. Even though there's video of me and you'll see me here in a little bit. But we're just doing like simple like team building stuff, and this was kind of like a nice break from like all the yelling and so like of course they yelled at us here, but I felt like this was like it's kind of like summer camp in a way, like a more intense version of summer camp. Just because again it was more so building and like people weren't as like on you too bad here from what I remember. So we had to like like go across the ropes and that wasn't bad at all.
See you all just gonna scream at the top of your lungs so they can come rescue you first.
This is like we're going through like
ready to
this
go?
is a shooting
Who's getting
gun.
next?
I don't know if I'm here or not. I don't think I am. Everyone wants to think from behind.
You sure? All right, everybody, we're shooting at the bottom of the paper.
Yeah, I think I passed. I mean, I had to pass.
All right, yes, sir.
So,
Line is ready. Fire!
yeah. So again, I don't remember doing this, but I've gotten better at shooting since then. I don't really do too much shooting nowadays.
What you want to do is save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
And also,
That's great, but can you?
Anyway, then we had to go on beams, and then I think you'll see me here. There I am. Did you guys see me? Look at me. I do remember that though. I just remember just like I didn't really remember there being a camera person in front of me though. I just remember just like trying to be I mean I'm better than some people. So I shouldn't be laughing. I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing because at falling. So I swear I'm a good person. This is my flight though. Or this.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And you'll see me here actually, and that's one of my MTIs, and I think he was one of the best MTIs that I could have had. Super chill. He didn't really like yell at you for no reason because I know like there are different levels of MTI. Some just like yell at you all the time, but he was more so like that strict parent. Like he would still be an MTI of sorts and like tell you to do things, blah blah blah, but like he wouldn't be necessarily yelling at you, or like if he was trying to explain things to you, he wouldn't like yell at you. He would like actually talk to you about things. I don't remember his name, but like he would like talk to you about like what to do, how to do things, just so like if you do fail at whatever you're supposed to do, or if you miss a task or something, like him giving you that lecture makes it all that more like bad and painful that you let him down. So kind of like it was like motivating to like try and not be such a dirtbag in a way, or just try and follow instructions. But anyway, so you'll see me right there taking a knee.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You have 12.
I think we're just practicing marching.
Well, that's not really going to work because I need to front center. So I had to stand facing me at attention, obviously. Give the combined command of fall up. Remember, there's no preparatory, there's no command of
Like he's not even yelling, he's like talking, and I love that so much. Well, he has a voice, that's him.
Want to make these beds look like crap? Here's what we're gonna do. You have 3 minutes to strip all the linen off these beds. Go.
Anyways, yeah, so like I think we're just in our dorms. We are in one of the better dorms because I know people called it Disneyland because I don't know if there's still like I think there still is Disneyland, but I don't know if people call it like that anymore because I don't know if these old dorms are not anymore still. Maybe they do. I don't know. But yeah, this is just like I think this was mostly just to practice folding our sheets and getting our beds ready, but I think it was also this was more so just to like have camaraderie and just to work together as a team with people. So this is us just like
Don't put on the floor. Stack it up nicely. You're gonna be sleeping on these beds. 3 minutes.
He wasn't even bad either. Like even though I didn't really see that much at MTI, which that MTI is a different MTI, and I don't even remember that MTI.
Go 1 minute.
I don't even know where I am in all of this, by the way. So
You have 2 minutes. No, take that back. You have 3 minutes to get that bottom sheet on. Get those hospital cores done. Go.
everything is about speed.
Make sure you get that correct head foot configuration.
CREEK. It spells crit.
And then this is like, I think just us. I don't think I want to get into this too much because it's just like us relaxing. Like when MTIs aren't there, when there's like no one of authority really there. It's just us being people, getting to know each other. And we had a good amount of this time throughout the entirety of BMT to get to know the people that you're with, that you have to be with. So this is us just like, I guess, just messing around and just like being silly for the camera. I don't even think I think I was on the other side during the, oh, there I am. This is me or folding clothes. We have to fold things a certain way. So there I am. Oh yeah, then if okay, so that person said ears open, which basically like if you're in the room together and you want to get everyone's attention, someone's just gonna say ears, and then everyone says open. And then that person asks their question or says whatever they need to say.
Flag means no marching because it's really.
And then we had also like books, we had binders of stuff that had like instructions about how to do things, how to fold things precisely. So there was like no excuse to get things wrong. I don't remember what else was in that book, but that was in our locker. Which this is our locker. We had to like make sure it was like perfect. Everything was like aligned in like certain areas. So that was, I remember failing a couple of times because things were like in the right place, even though I thought they were in the right place. But I mean, like, I feel like now I'd pass it because I'm not a dirtbag. Getting tailored. So we had to like go in our PT gear, but then we had to like get tailored for like our suits and our blue stuff, which speaking of,
who work here.
I don't know who the heck did mine, but my stuff was so big on me. Still so big. Well, I've gotten it tailored since then, so it's fine. But anyways, we're almost done, by the way, so I'm sorry if I'm rambling too much. And then I'll answer your guys' questions because I see there's a little bit of comments. But anyway, so this is us, I think, practicing to, I don't know gun terminology, to be honest, but yeah, just make sure that here inside of the gun. And then that's me right there, holding all my stuff. Yeah.
Slap this, you're gonna go.
Here I am. Getting all the stuff that I need to, I guess, clean the gun.
But we are going to practice like it's a real weapon.
Always practice and believe that your weapon is loaded. That's always the safe policy. So that's why, even though that we'll never fire a bullet, we're always going to act like it is loaded. We will always clear it. Now, the only exception is if you're practicing in the dormitory.
So the first thing you want.
Okay, so am I lagging, or is that just my stuff? Anyways, so this is another MTI that we had. I think he was in training because he was kind of new to the whole MTI kind of thing, military training instructor. So the other guy was the main one. This guy is like the trainee, so to speak. He did really well.
You want to locate?
I think one of the feedback that we gave him though was that he could be a little bit more mean.
The pivot pin and the takedown pin.
This is practicing right there. Oh, and this is my old logo, if you can't tell, but yeah. So that was all the clips, which I thought there would be more because we did more stuff, but I guess that's all that they recorded from us, which is still pretty crazy that they did that in the first place, that they were able to do all that in the first place. And I'm super thankful for it. As I said in my post on Instagram and other places earlier today, I'm very happy that I was able to get all this and the pictures because I love recording myself and sharing my experiences with people, as you guys know, with all my vlogs and stuff. But for this, we didn't really have any phones for like 8.5 weeks. Didn't have any access to the outside world. So this was essentially like the only kind of opportunity that we had to reminisce on those memories. Because like I said, that was like 10 years ago. I don't remember what I was doing during most of that time. So thankfully I have these clips and videos to share with you in terms of doing that. But anyways, I'm going to pause real quick and look at the chat. Lost Boy says 2016 seems so long ago. I think I was in high school then. 2016 does seem like such a long time, but at the same time, for me, it does not feel like long at all. I feel like it hasn't just felt like 10 years has passed. Crazy that the basic training dorms will look much different than they did when I went through basic training in 1978. Yeah, I mean, like, hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? Don't change it. Happy 10th anniversary, Frassix. Here's to 10 more from Mike. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hopefully, I'll be able to do 10 more. Yeah. And then Gary says the metal lockers look exactly the same. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, again, like, I feel like if it's efficient, then keep on using it, right? So anyways, is everyone good? I still have your attention. Great. So now we're going to get to me going through BMT, basic training, and then I graduated, I think, a few days after July 4th. So basically in July. So from May until July. That's when I was there. Graduated. It was great. It was fun. I won't be showing any graduation stuff just because I do want to do something for the 10-year anniversary of me graduating basic training. So whenever that happens in July, you guys will know about it if you guys subscribe to me or get notified through all my social media. But I do want to share because we did cadences whenever, like with MTIs, we would have to like cadences like singing and like marching and stuff. Not really singing, but just like chants. And we were really good at it. At least me and the other people I was with were really good at it. So we kind of wanted to, after graduation was done, and we kind of, before we released our families, we got sent back out onto the, I guess, the graduation area, and we want to show off how much we've been like doing or practicing. So I just want to show you guys this real quick. And I actually haven't, here. I actually haven't like watched this, and it's 2 minutes, so I don't think that I'm gonna be playing all of it. But like, I just remember doing this, and I was like, I'm so cool. We're so cool doing this. But anyways, here we go. So basically, it's just a story about like a U.S. airman and like a wife and all that stuff. So basically, we're just like, we just finished marching. Oh yeah, we were Flight 462. Woo! I got teary-eyed. And my parents are recording this, by the way, so. And then we were released. Oh yeah, we were released. And I think you'll see me somewhere. Oh yeah, right there. So yeah. So that's just me walking. But yeah, so that was pretty awesome because we graduated. And if you don't know about graduation, it's basically this like full weekend thing or a couple of days thing. At least at the time, where the families would be able to like see their loved one, whoever they're there for the first time. So for me, when I graduated, my mom, my dad, my sister, and then my mom's mom was able to go here to graduation. So I was super happy about that. I thought I was gonna be crying whenever, because you have to tap out a person after we like graduate and everything, which I think that was the day before this happened. So but I didn't cry. Everyone else cried apparently, but I didn't cry. Yeah, so the first day went well, and I think this was like the third day. I'm pretty sure it was the second day. But yeah, so after this we were released, and then I think after this is when we were able to go off the base for the like first time, I think it was, and we went to like San Antonio, which if you don't know, there's like the Riverwalk there, and it was such a cool experience. And again, I won't be showing much of that, unfortunately, just because. That's so awesome. But yeah, anyways, so that is my graduation. Congratulations, I graduated. And now I'm going to be talking about, I guess, the rest of 2016. Because after this, like I said before earlier in the live stream, I had to actually, let me exit out of this real quick. Okay, anyways, so I, like I said before, was going to be a linguist. So I had to go to the tech school because after you graduate or do whatever you need to do, you have to go get trained up for your job. So in this case, my tech school, which is all over the country, it's not just one place. But for me, for the language part, I have to go to Monterey, California, which if you don't know where that is, it's in California, Northern California, kind of near like San Francisco, that area. which I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to be learning a language. I'm going to be in California. It's going to be so great. And then I got to Monterey, and yeah, like even though things didn't work out, spoiler alert, like Monterey was probably my favorite time of my career. Like it was like 2016 is my favorite year of my career and probably of my life so far, just because of all the newness and like amazingness of just like being on my own and like learning new things and meeting all these people and really trying to find out who I was. Just because at the time, again, I didn't really know who I was beforehand in terms of like not knowing what to do for college and whatnot. So yeah, so Monterey was such a great time. My language was hard as heck though, and it was really hard. But anyways, let me share this post that I did for Instagram because I remember. Let's see, share. Okay, can you guys still see me? Yeah, great. So if you don't follow me on Instagram, this is my Instagram page. And I basically, up until this point, I posted every single day, starting from 2016 until 2025, of just throwbacks of me like doing, like just sharing clips of whatever happened in that year. And I guess I want to do that to kind of narrate the remainder of my career and talk about it and give you guys something to look at instead of just you guys looking at me like me being weird. And we're already an hour in, so I'm gonna try and make this fast. So I'm sorry that it's taking forever. Hopefully you guys are enjoying yourself. If you have to go pee, then pee. But anyways, we're gonna go through 2016 first. So then I guess I can read. So anyways, so I said 2016, the first year of my military career. There are many that regard 2016 to be the best year of their lives, which I feel like a lot of people have said that for some reason or another. I guess we all had some kind of united experience where 2016 was like the best thing that ever happened to us. And there was a little bit of a trend earlier this year where everyone was like reminiscing about 2016 if you missed out on that in social media and stuff. Anyways, and I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. 2016 was where it all began, where it truly shifted from my old life to not just a new chapter in my life, but rather a whole new book, as in like my old life being my old book, and then after the military being my new book. So some 2016 highlights was joining the United States Air Force. Pretty big highlight. Next was going through and graduating basic military training. Another highlight. And then going to Monterey, California to go through tech school at the Defense Language Institute. Very short-lived, which I'll explain that in a little bit. Making new friends and having the college experience that I never got to have when I had college for only like a couple of months. And then exploring new locations with friends, visiting back home to see old friends and family. And then I also decided to throw a little bit of myself in there as well. So I did like music and then movies and shows and then like games that I was interested in at the time. So Dangerous Woman, the album, Ariana Grande, Evolution by Sabrina Carpenter. Those were like two big ones that came out in 2016 that really had an impact on me, especially Dangerous Woman. I have a tattoo of the Dangerous Woman bunny right here, but you can't see. Not just for that, but because I'll expand a little bit. Anyways, La La Land also came out this year, my favorite movie. The Crown also came out this year, which I wasn't really a fan of The Crown until the season 2, but the show came out this year. So, and then anyways, let's go through some of the pictures, shall we? So this first picture right here is when I got to DLI, and this was my first dorm room that I had out of like 2 or 3, I think, or just 2, I don't know. But this was one of my dorm rooms, and if you can tell right here, this is my dorm mate, which he was super cool. He had the same first name as me, which I thought was pretty awesome as well. He was a different language than me though, because I had one language, he had another language, which I think they kind of like phased that out towards the end of my time being there. So I didn't really get to be a roommate with him for long. And I was probably an annoying roommate. So thank goodness he didn't have to deal with me for that long. Anyways, and this is also the new camera that I got because I was like, I want to record stuff, and my phone at the time wasn't that good of a phone. So I wanted to have like an actual camera to record vlogs and take pictures, blah, blah, blah. So that's what I got. So yeah, that's pretty awesome. This is me during one of the fittings at basic training. Yeah. This is me swearing in to the Air Force, which I talked about a little bit before. That whole month of me, meeting the recruiter and then swearing in and then waiting. So this is me. I don't know why everyone looks so bad. Maybe it's because of the flash or just bad timing, but like me, I look like out of it. Yeah. Then this is me at the Monterey Bay Aquarium, which I think is a very popular aquarium in the United States. I mean, like, I know it is, but I'm just saying, like, I didn't really realize how impactful this aquarium was to aquariums across the nation. So yeah, that's me. And then, like, we were literally just a short distance away from the water, the base, or the Presidio Monterey, and then it was on top of a hill. So whenever we had liberty or like free time to go do whatever, we would like exit out the gate and then like walk down through the neighborhoods down to the pier, because that was like the main area that we were able to do there. And that was pretty awesome that I had that luxury. It was definitely like a vacation, which I feel like if you're learning a whole new language, that schooling was pretty strenuous to begin with. So at least you can be like in a beautiful place and be stressed, just so you don't have to be as stressed. Because you could be like in a sucky place and, have to learn a language that would be twice as sucky. But at least there's one less suck to suck. This is me in the dorm room that I showed earlier. I missed the hallway for it. And I just remember being so fun. I don't know how it is in college because I've never been to college, but I've seen people like, pop into people's dorms and like all that stuff. And that's basically what I did here. Pop into people's room, knock, and just be like, hey, like, you busy? You want to do something? You want to hang out, get some dinner at the chow hall? Like, it was just such a good experience. I made many, many great friends during this time in 2016. It was a very good year. There were some deer and first off, the base was huge and very hilly. Like, you could technically walk, but it would be like quite a walk. Because again, like, if you know San Francisco, it's very hilly and that's basically the same terrain. But there was also deer that grazed on the fields of Monterey at DLI. This is me trying to be artsy with my friends at the shopping center, because that was another place we could go to by bus. I don't think we could walk to it, so we had to take a bus. Fortunately for us, though, I think we had like a ticket or something that we could show the bus driver, so we could get free rides to and from wherever we need to go. And then this, if you guys remember that back before, I talked about like me getting dropped off at the hotel the night before getting shipped off to basic training, or like we all did. This is, I think my dad was the one who drove me here. And this is basically the last picture that I had or taken of me by my dad. Well, he's still alive, but I'm just saying, like, before I left or before I had to go into the hotel. So yeah, and then look at my fashion sense. Look at those. Look at it. Just look at myself. This one of the friends that I had, just us fooling around at, I think this was at the wharf still. This is one of the first, this is in San Francisco, at the I want to say, I don't even know where this is at. The Botanical Gardens, I think. And this wasn't the first time I went to San Francisco. I went for the first time, I think, a couple years earlier with my family, but I was too young to remember much of it. But this was like the first real time that I was able to go out with my friends and go to like a real city, and actually explore it. And like, I think that's one of the reasons, again, why San Francisco is my favorite city. I know a lot of people like to bag on it or dog on it, whatever term you want to use. But I just have so many memories tied to that place, a good portion of them being within the start of my career, especially. Um, but yes, such a good time. Just us laugh, or not me, because I was taking the picture, but like my friends and I laughing, or I don't even know what we were talking about, something stupid probably. This was our dorms were here. I remember being on this side of I was on this side of the building actually. But this is like the chow hall that was in between the two dorms, and I guess they're doing like some kind of event. Yeah, this is another trip that we went on to Santa Cruz. I don't know, I was feeling very jumpy that day. This is when I went back home to California, and I went with my family to the March Air Force Base, which is the reservist base, I think, that's out there. Took that because I was like, I am so American. I'm in the military. So I was very, I was like, let's go to a base. My family also visited me because, again, they lived in Southern California. I was in Northern California for schooling. So they visited me, and this was like inside one of the places in Santa Cruz. I'm pretty sure Santa Cruz, right? I'm not thinking of, there's a lot of Santas in California. It was very fun. I don't remember too much of this place, but I remember it being like, it was a good boardwalk. This is me I used to love taking Polaroids. Like I love taking film with my disposable film camera now, but back before that, I used to like my Instax or Insta camera Polaroid thing. I was obsessed with it, as you guys can tell. I used to bring it everywhere. And then right here is another roommate that I had. But yeah, really good memories. And then just a meme. I don't know. Let's see. When you're BMTA. But yeah, so this was 2016. Pretty great year for me up until kind of like the end of 2016, because I, surprised, wasn't doing great in my language. So I which it's not really a rare thing. Like it's pretty common for people to fail out of their language, just because it is so difficult and people understand that. So I was heading towards that route, but I wasn't really at the point yet where I was like, I need to switch jobs. So that'll come next in 2017, which is 2017 right here, which I guess I can read it, but I guess, what am I trying to say? I guess I'll read it. 2017, the beginning of 2017 was a really rocky and unsure time in my then short career. Because again, I wasn't even in the military for like a year at that time. And I was already like, damn, I'm already failing out of like my language. So, but now I have to like get retrained to a new language. But people were like very understanding of it. It just sucked that I had to be one of those people that wasn't smart enough to pursue it. But I guess it was for the better. Because long story short, I still was in the intelligence job. I just was not a linguist. So I did the the linguist part without the language part. That was my job that I got retrained into. It had barely begun, and I was already leaving the Defense Language Institute and going to a new career, which eventually led me to my first real base. Even with the uncertainty that you're looking back, I think it worked out for the better. So some 2017 highlights. I got retrained into a new career field where I like the next thing said, got to go through tech school at Goodfellow Air Force Base, which is in San Angelo, Texas, which unlike San Antonio, San Angelo, there's nothing to do there. It's literally just a base. So I don't even know how I survived there. For the summertime too, it was a struggle. And I think there's some pictures here. Actually, this is from DLI. This was one of the last few events that I guess I could see. And I think it was just like a race between a few different groups. But yeah, so that was pretty awesome. This was taken at Goodfellow, and I think it was during a PT session, and one of the people I knew, classmates over there that I knew, took this picture. I think it looked kind of nice. This was the view from my schoolhouse in Monterey at DLI. So that's literally the bay right there. And then that's the parking lot where everyone parked. And it was just beautiful. And wake up to that go up there and I think that you could see not the sunrise, because I think the sunrise is from the other side, but it was still nice to see the sky and everything. So it was really nice. This was taken in Goodfellow. So like I said, there wasn't too much to do in San Angelo besides, I guess, go to Twisted Root, which is a burger place over there, which I absolutely loved. Their shakes so much. I think I always got this type of shake whenever I was there. And then again, this is another one at Monterey. Yeah. Let's see. Is there any from? No, I guess that's it. But yeah. So basically, I had to retrain into a new job, and that's why I went from DLI in Monterey to Texas in San Angelo and stayed there for a couple months. Finally graduated, and I was like, wow, I'm not a complete failure or something. There wasn't really anyone there to graduate, really take my picture or anything. So that was kind of unfortunate. But then I had to find out what base I was going to. So I didn't really give a context to this video, which I think I did on my stories, but this video is my reaction to me finding out what my first base would be. So as you can tell, I was very surprised. Just because I think actually the base, now that I think about it, the base that I got here, or that I found out about here, it's not the same base that I ended up going to, because I think I was supposed to go to one in one of the Carolinas. I forgot which one I was supposed to go to. But I didn't want to go there. There was one person in my class that didn't want to go to Lackland Air Force Base, which again is back in San Antonio, where I did graduate, where I did BMT. And I didn't want to go to Carolinas. So we swapped. So that person went to one of the Carolinas, and then I went to Lackland. And that's how I ended up going to Lackland Air Force Base for my first duty station. So that's where this one comes in. I got stationed at my first duty station back in San Antonio. But my first few years in San Antonio, going to BMT and I guess going to San Antonio after graduation or during graduation is one thing, but then actually living there is a completely different thing. Because there was so much life and excitement in San Antonio that I didn't know about, just being there for a couple of weeks for basic training. Anyway, so where am I at? No. Yeah, so I went to, this is actually a picture of me during my first and only Air Force ball that I've been to, which is a ball that Air Force throws, or different places around, the world throw these different kind of Air Force balls around the birthday of the Air Force, which is September 18th. I think I'm right. But yeah, this was the 70th anniversary, so that's why there's a big 70. And I got to go because my supervisor paid for me to go here, which my first supervisor, really cool. I just feel like I just was kind of freaked out with the idea of being cool with anyone higher ranked than me. So I didn't really want to be friends with him, unfortunately. But anyway, so this is one of the volunteer events of me next to one of the cargo planes. I thought it was pretty awesome back in San Antonio. This was just during the river walk during one of the nights that I was out, which I think I was actually on a date during this time, and I took this picture. I didn't realize that was the context of this picture until after I posted it, but I was like, oh, well, it was still nice. This is me getting my first car, because my dad flew from California, because he knows way more about buying cars and stuff than me. Again, I'm so oblivious with that kind of stuff. So he flew from California to Texas, and I took a few days off, I think, for me to find a car, and I ended up getting this car, and this is just basically my dad taking a picture of me and the salesman getting the car, and I still have that car right now. So I mean, it's still going almost 10 years strong at this point, because again, this is 2017. Volunteered at more events. This was the Claybur shoot, which I didn't realize how much like effort goes into a Claybur shoot, which is basically you're shooting, but it's like the clay plates that like get flung into the air. That's what it was. Let's see. And then this is I loved San Francisco so much, and I loved my friends so much back in Monterey, that even after I went to San Angelo, I decided to take a little bit of a vacation back to San Francisco to see my friends, and they met up with me from DLI, from Monterey, and drove up to San Francisco just to see me. So I love them for doing that, because at the time I didn't really like doing things by myself, and I wouldn't know if I would do that by myself. This is a selfie of me with glasses, because back in the day, again, I used to wear glasses, and I think these were prescribed. This was my dorm room. I really wanted to make it feel like home, and like this is my first real place where I could actually like do things to my room. So I kind of decorated it in the way that I have. I still have many of these items. Of course, again, Dangerous Woman, and then Evolution on the wall. Why do I keep doing that? Anyways, so yeah, but now we go into 2018, which is the first year of my career where I stayed at one location and didn't have to move or change jobs. This was the year, well, actually, let me go into the chat real quick. I know some people have been commenting. Yeah, I don't know when the recent recording of the BMT stuff happened, but I'm thankful that they did. Unfortunately, like I'm sad that you weren't able to get stuff like that before. But at least you have your memories. So hopefully you have decent memories of it. Cool, your parents were able to attend graduation. Yup. It was really fortunate, because I know a few people weren't able to have anyone visit them, which was very sad. Ron Meadows says, you seem to really enjoy your trip down memory lane. I do. I love I don't know why a lot of people hate reminiscing on the past. As long as you're not stuck in it, you can still enjoy the past. Just don't get again stuck in the past, because then you're blinded towards the present and the future. So worked with linguists. It was a difficult job. I was in the security service, the original signals intelligence command. Wow. Well, thank you for your service. I feel like that in itself is a difficult job as well. But yeah, linguists, that's a different breed of difficult, more of a intelligence thing than physical. I hope you still put out a video that summarizes your 10-year career in the Air Force. It's great, but that would be a lasting summary. Well, I'll be saving this, so it'll be a long video, but it will still kind of suffice, because I feel like, again, I feel so discouraged not being able to do it in time for today. So this will have to do, and also I'm gonna be busy the next few months with traveling and stuff, so I won't have time to do it. That's another reason why I didn't end up doing it, unfortunately, because I have a job. Crazy. Let's see. But yeah, 2018. This was the year where I began to really live life on my own and start to really embrace Texas and San Antonio. It's not just a place for basic training, but a place that a location I could possibly call my home. I look back at this year very fondly, being probably my third favorite year of my 10-year career. Sorry, I had to. This kind of. I hate this. No. Back in 2018. Anyways, so some 2018 highlights was the first full year of me living in San Antonio. I said that. So many amazing memories during this year. I look back on this year with a lot of like fondness. Like there was nothing but just good vibes, good times. I turned 21, which is this picture right here. Finally legal to drink, because at this point I was a goody two shoes. Never had a drop of alcohol in my life. I think I posted like the actual video of me drinking my first ever drink at a birthday party at Chili's on my stories when I posted all this, because I also posted stuff on my stories as well as here on my feed. So that was kind of cool to see that. But anyways, yeah, so this was at Buc-ee's. And if you don't know what Buc-ee's is, this little guy right here, he is my savior. I literally want a Buc-ee's tattoo. And I don't know when, but eventually. But it's just basically a gas station, a Texas gas station. Well, originated, I think, Texas, and it just spread south. And now there's a few places in a few different states. But I love Buc-ee's so much. And it's very Texas themed, because I think at the time, the one nearest to San Antonio, between San Antonio and Austin, was the biggest gas station in the world. It's still pretty big, I think, but I think there's bigger ones in different states now, all by Buc-ee's, by the way. Anyway, so I got to explore not just San Antonio, but also Texas overall, which made me fall in love with the state even more. That is very true. I really feel like I embraced my Texasness in 2017, but I feel like I really fleshed it out during 2018, going to all these places and just experiencing all this stuff, like the Alamo. You can't forget that. Obviously, it's in the slogan. It reminds me of that Pee Wee joke where it's like, remember, I can't remember, like, I remember. It's like, remember what? It's like the Alamo. That, when I heard that joke for the first time, I almost died laughing. So that was funny. But yeah, and then there's also missions down there, like religious missions down in San Antonio, like the ruins of them. So I got to explore that. That was really cool. I got to spend the 4th of July in Del Rio, I think it was, which is basically like West Texas. And me and a few friends just camped during the 4th of July. And there wasn't really any fireworks, I think, but it was just like the idea of just like being in the Texas countryside in a river, and just like enjoying each other's company, which is really awesome. Let's see. This is my dorm room. It definitely had some improvements. I feel like this is probably one of the coziest places I've ever owned. Like, I still love my apartment right now, but like my dorm, some people like had their most bare minimum anything in the dorms besides the furniture that was already there. But for me, I went all out. If I wanted to live there, and I wanted to make it my home. And I feel like I'm that way with like everything. If I want to settle down somewhere and I know I'm going to be there for a hot second, I'm going to try and add my personality to it. Or even if I'm only going to be there for like a little bit, I still want to like add a little bit of myself into it. I love Ariana was like my savior, or she still is, but like back then, like she was my everything. Anyways, there's me with glasses again. Nicer glasses. A lot of people said I look cute here. It's the lighting. Also, Texas sunsets. I never like there's sunsets everywhere that are beautiful, but the ones that I experienced while I was still at the dorms in San Antonio were some of the best that I've ever experienced, because I literally got things like this almost daily, which is crazy. And like I was like, this is the most beautiful thing that I've ever seen. Tower of the Americas, a pretty popular tower in San Antonio. There's a restaurant at the top. You can go to the top in general, just look out, but there's also a restaurant that I went there once with my sister. So that was really nice. Photo shoot. This is another picture from the 4th of July thing that I talked about earlier. I think that was the river that crossed the bridge that crossed the river. It was just beautiful. Like, look at that. I think this was a sunset, actually. Yeah. Went to Pride for the first time, so that was pretty interesting. Very hot. I wouldn't recommend Pride during like the day. Too hot. But my muscles, though, a little bit of a thing. I was working out a little bit more, because if you couldn't tell, the past few years before this, I was in the best shape. Another view for my dorm. Again, Ariana was my life. Another view, which this one goes with this one, which is the first real year where I embraced my cozy, fall-loving PSL drinking aesthetic. This was like, even though it was San Antonio, basically no signs of fall, no existence of fall, autumn, whatever. But fall is my favorite season, so I had to embrace it somehow. So that's why I could decorate for it, and this is me decorating for it. You know, sunflowers, pumpkins. Going to Target every other day just to get something new that they always provide, so that was nice. And then this last part here is very significant, because I went on a cruise with my family, which reignited my passion for travel, which is this one right here, one of the places that we went to, and ironically, my love for gaming as well. So this was like towards November for my sister's birthday. This was like the first real trip that I did that I guess I didn't really know that I needed, because this was a few days around the Virgin Islands. Weather was amazing for most of it. I kind of talked about this a little bit before at the beginning of the stream. But because all this, just to say, like, it was a good time, recorded a lot of stuff, made a vlog about it, because I liked to do vlogs at this time, but I wanted to make a new channel for myself at the time. And I edited this video about my time in the US Virgin Islands. And therefore, if you can't already assume, the channel that I'm talking about is this channel that you're watching this live stream on right now, my Frassix channel. And the first video that I ever put out was my vlog about my time here, which I feel like if it wasn't, I feel like I probably would have eventually made a YouTube channel down the line if it wasn't, like, if I didn't end up doing this video or going on this trip. But it's because of this trip right here that all of this exists. All of the Frassix, all of everything essentially is because of this trip. So that's why I hold this time near and dear to me, from the very beginning till the very end of 2018. Anyways, let me kind of speed through time here. 2019, the 4th year of my career. It was an interesting year, because like I was still in San Antonio, but I didn't really, like, I was like, it was because of me going on that cruise. It kind of like made me realize that I was so focused on like Air Force things for the past few years that like it was fine. I mean, like, it was great, but I also wanted to kind of find out about like myself and what I like to do and what I wanted to do and who I was. You know, like I had so much new like time to do stuff, and like I was really trying to find myself, and I was doing that, but like with the basis of being in the Air Force. But like now I was like trying to like think about like I wanted to be creative again. I wanted to like kind of get back to the ways of me in a way before the Air Force without excluding the Air Force. So I wanted to get back into gaming. I wanted to like get back into traveling, and just really being myself. So, like I explained here, up until 2019, I felt like being part of the Air Force was a part of my identity. But with that, I didn't really know who I was as a person and what made me happy. So this is what I consider my first year of being me and not just an airman. I was so creative and adventurous, and I was even the best physically. Like I looked hot. I was skinny enough. Trying to work back into it this year, so I feel like this is probably the second best time. But I feel like during that time, I was definitely desired. Anyways, so some 2019 highlights. I got my first and only 4 tattoos, which is this one right here. I think this is the first ever tattoo that I'm getting. I remember asking one of my coworkers, who was my friend, that I worked with, who was also Army, because I worked with like a bunch of Army people alongside Air Force and even a few Navy people. But at the time, I feel like more of my friends were Army than Air Force. And they're like a different breed. Like it was so awesome to be able to like be friends with them and say that I was friends with them, because I truly was. Were like I loved hanging out with them so much. But anyways, I asked one of my friends to go with me to get my first tattoo because he had a few tattoos done. So he stayed with me the entire time, and I feel super bad about it now because he was just literally just in there, like just doing nothing besides just being there with me. He could have done something else, but I really appreciate him for doing that. Let's see. The next one is I got to meet Katy Perry and attend her Never Really Over event in Los Angeles. Very spontaneous. I was just in California, I think just for leave for vacation. And then she put out this thing saying, if you're in the Los Angeles area, sign up and you could possibly be chosen for it. As in like, not her, but like her team, her promo team, or whatever. I put in for it not expecting to do it or to get it, but I got it. Went to the event. Super awesome event. Got to see Katie for the second time, because the first time I saw her was in 2015 when she went during the Prismatic World Tour. But this was the first time I actually took a selfie with her. So that was pretty awesome that I could do that. Let's see, my sister graduated BMT, so my family and I were able to celebrate in San Antonio. That's right. Here. This is me and then my sister after she graduated. And if you guys remember how I said that my blues were like too big, whoever gave me the blues during basic training, and I still had them at the time, I didn't tailor them or anything, I would have worn my blues during this graduation as well. But they were too big and I just hated how I looked in it, that I was like, I'm not going to do it. And that's what kind of motivated me to get my stuff tailored. But yeah, so that, and then this is also one of my family. This was like a day or two before my sister's graduation when my parents came to visit me in San Antonio, which is very fortunate that, that my, like the basic training was in San Antonio. I lived in San Antonio. So my parents didn't have to like rent a hotel or anything because I lived there. Didn't have to worry about like a rental car or anything because I lived there. Benefits of living in San Antonio when you're in the Air Force. But yeah, we went. This is in Austin, the capital. So I thought that was pretty cool that we could go there. Why do we keep going back to that picture, anyways? So yeah, this was me during that time when I was in California. I didn't know there was an actual base in Los Angeles. But this is the base that's in Los Angeles. I was like, it's in the city. That's crazy. I would have not expected an Air Force base to be there. And then this is me during the Sweetener World Tour. Aria was still reigning supreme in my life in San Antonio, which May 17th was on my like anniversary of me joining the Air Force. However many days or however many years is from like 3 years in. So it was a great way to celebrate my 3-year anniversary. And like I said, I was probably this isn't the best picture, but like I feel like it still kind of showed that I was still skinny enough. And anyways, this was me being all adventure-y, because again, the crews reunited my adventure-y kind of Nathan Drake, Ian Jones kind of style aesthetic. So I went to Badwater Basin. So that was pretty awesome that I could go there. Went with my family to actual like Los Angeles. Went to see Aladdin at the El Capitan Theater. That was pretty awesome. This kind of ties into the next one. Began writing songs and even bought a guitar. Big part of that was because of Taylor. Lover came out during this time. And I think there's a picture of me with my guitar. Probably not. Oh, there it is with my whack haircut. This was before, which you can tell here, went through many, many hairstyles and also discovered the magic of the hair iron. Because before, my hair naturally grows straight. And I don't like it. Even though a lot of people say they like it, but I liked it. It was easy to maintain, but I was like, I want to do more with it. I want to express myself more. It's going through my own rebellious phase late in my life. So I tried to like gel it down as best that it could do. But eventually I was able to get my hair more like the way that I wanted it to because of the hair iron. I don't even know how that was in regs, but I did that. That was a thing. I actually think I look kind of cool. Kind of wish I could do that. Yeah, this was another one. So there's that. And this was me at Joshua Tree National Park with my friends. Her being one of the very few high school friends that I have left that I still like to talk to. And this is her now husband, technically fiance, husband. So, because I think they're engaged. Yeah, I should know. And then again, Hollywood, etc., etc. Yeah, so now 2019, going great, right? And now, what amazing things can happen in 2020? Well, if you don't know, if you didn't live through 2020 at that time, things went down. So that's why I write, oh, what a year. Actually, let me go back to the chat. The chat's blowing up a little bit. 10 years from Bob. Congratulations on the milestone and enjoy the next decade. I appreciate that, Bob. Your dad gave you great advice, Air Force, and we been the right choice for you. I know, right? I owe pretty much this entire life thanks to him. I owe a lot of things to him and my family in general. That seems great. You sort of had adventures with various experiences throughout the decade. Yep, and we're only at 2020, so I got a few more adventures to go, so bear with me. So yeah, 2020, what a year. All the momentum and plans that I had built from the previous year were gone. I didn't have to work for like 3 or 4 months, so I guess that was a plus. But the world was going into ruins. Basically lived my Animal Crossing world and masked. Let's not forget about those. What a time. But anyway, some 2020 highlights. I got PRK surgery, so no more glasses. So all those glasses you saw me wear before, I didn't have to wear them anymore because I got surgery February 2020, which is literally like barely a month before the world shut down. And you're not supposed to go out after you get PRK surgery for like a year. So thankfully, I didn't have to worry about that, and I could stay in and not have the sunlight damage my eyes. So I guess that was a plus of getting it done before the world shut down. I got to film my first and only Air Force commercial. If you didn't know, this is part of me being like very like creative and stuff. Like I went out and tried to search for opportunities to become a star in my terms back in the day. And one of those things was to audition for things, and they were holding an audition for an Air Force commercial on the base at Lackland. Went into it. I kind of remember it. I think I had to go there once, they did like a film thing for me. They tested me out on the camera, talked about myself a little bit, and I think they called me back. Either they called me back or I got an email saying that congratulations, you got the part. So we went to this like local where is it? There it is. Local local college, and we kind of just like filmed some basic things, such as like a classroom scene and just some other scenes, and they took a few pictures as well. So the end product, unfortunately, is just literally the back of my head for like a second or two. Out of all the things that we filmed, it's literally that's crazy. But the picture, one of the pictures that they took of me in the classroom with the teacher and the students, is actually on the Air Force website. If you didn't know that, it is under I think the Education Center, which I should leave a link to that somewhere. But yeah, I think I haven't checked it in a while, but the last time I checked, it was under the education stuff. So if you go to the Air Force website and try to search for that under that, you might find me. And you can be like, hey, I know that guy. And then again, after that, pretty much after all that happened, those were like the only things that happened before the world shut down. And then after that, I got a Switch and I played Animal Crossing, which I love Animal Crossing. My first ever one was on the Nintendo DS for Wild World. And so nostalgic. And then I got the one for City Folk for the Wii. And then I didn't get the one for 3DS, but I did get the one for New Horizons. And I bought a Switch just for this game. And I was so stressed about it because they kept on getting sold out towards the beginning of the pandemic when things were starting to shut down. I was like, no, I need to do something. And I can't be alone with my thoughts. So I was like, I need to get this. So like, I just remember like, it was a Best Buy like 45 minutes away, even though there was like plenty of ones that were closer. But I was like, that was the best. That was the only one that had some at the time. So I was like, okay. It was literally like the day of, like the morning. Like I kept on refreshing the page, begging for something to come out. And then that finally came out. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to do that. So I drove to it, got the game, installed it, and began playing that night. And that literally ruled my 2020. No regrets. Such a fun game. I haven't played it since like 2021. So anyways, moved to a new and way better apartment because the one that I'm pictured in here was not nice. It was my first apartment. I moved into my first apartment in 2019. Not this one. It was so bad. It was cheap, and I didn't really know too much about finances. So I was like, I can live through something that's cheap. But I've learned better than that. So this is the new place that I went to, or at least it's the pool for it. Way nicer facilities and management area, etc. Yeah. So and then slowly began to grow my channel and my Frassix fan base through reaction videos because I really couldn't do anything else during the shutdown. And I think I have a very reaction-based face or mannerisms, and I think that's good for the camera. So that's why I kept on doing it, and people liked it, and they kept on subscribing. See here, being a reactioner is tiring. I'll just say that. But anyways, so this is literally this channel that you're watching this on right now. This was my profile picture. This is how many subscribers I had since beginning it in December of 2018. And this was probably like early 2020 because this was before, like when the Grammys were still happening in like February or something. So between December 2018 to February 2020, I had 720 subscribers. And now I have like a little bit more than that. So yeah, and then I also got the PlayStation because that came out that year, and I was so happy because I remember when they had the announcement for the PlayStation, and I think I was like refreshing like Best Buy and like other places to like see if I could like order it because I was like, okay, maybe it'll like pop up, and it did pop up. And then it was even before the announcement, so I was like, this is real. Like, I'm gonna get it. So I got it, but then the announcement happened, and then everyone couldn't get it because it was already sold out. And I remember that being such a big deal. And I was like, thank goodness I got it. I was afraid someone was gonna steal it though when it got shipped to me. Fortunately, I was already home at the time. So when it actually did come out, I was able to I got it day one. So I was super happy about that. One of the first people to get it. And like, if you don't remember, like it took a while for like people to get these gaming consoles because of the pandemic and everything. So it was a rare commodity for me, or a rare thing for me to have it. And I still have it to this day, and I'm so happy about it. This was me after PRK surgery. I had to wear this when I slept, so I couldn't because sometimes when you go to sleep on things, like things go in your eye and stuff, and that would prevent me from poking things in my eye because it was healing, because it literally was a surgery on my eyeballs. Miss Americana in theaters before the pandemic. I grew my hair out quite a bit during the pandemic as well. Mass Folklore, that was my album of the year 2020. Changed my life. Even baked for a little bit. I had this thing called Tasty Tuesdays where I had a few videos where I cooked or baked something. I was like, this is something I could do, because I didn't know where to go with this channel. I was like, I don't know if reaction videos are doing it. I can't travel anywhere. So I was like, maybe I'll try baking. I'll try cooking. And it was during the fall time too, so I baked a lot of fall things, and I love fall, as you guys know. So I was like, okay, I could probably do this. Anyways, this is me during my birthday with my birthday cake. That was my birthday cake. There's a commotion outside. Anyways, so that was 2020, but now we can go into 2021. Things starting to get better. Let's see. This was the first year after the lockdown, and things were trying to open back up. Started to try and resume my life from the momentum that I had going for me in 2019. And I also had probably my most heartbreaking breakup at the time. Like, it was that bad and messed up, but I got through it somehow. Facts. I started dating literally 2016 as well. So there was a lot of firsts that happened in 2016. And one of them includes dating. I'll just say that. Some 2021 highlights. I got to visit Chicago for my very first time with some friends. This is one of the first major trips, or like the first major trip that I took post pandemic. This is my first time in Chicago. Fell in love with the city so much, and now I live in St. Louis, and it's now just like a couple of hours. It's like a 4-hour Amtrak ride away. I love it. I need to go back there soon, like real soon. Let's see. So I did that. Texas snowpocalypse of 2021. If you don't remember, there was a really bad storm that went through Texas towards the beginning of the year of 2021. And that kind of like shut the whole state down, because apparently they're in a different grid, or their own power system was like their own separate thing. I don't know how that worked out, but like I was one of the more fortunate ones to survive. That's not what I meant. I'm one of the more fortunate ones to get through the snowpocalypse. And then, yeah, I guess I'll go through all these pictures. I think it's easier to do. This is during Friendsgiving. My friend's dog, it dressed up really nice. The dog was licking me to death. I'm not good with animals. This was the next point. Visit my family and ex, who shall not be named, in Cali. This was after I hung out with my ex, I think, because then I got dropped off with my family. Then we went to Catalina Island. This was my second time doing it, I think, or going here. I loved it so much. Wish I had more time. Don't remember too much, but I definitely want to go back. Still in San Antonio. This was like in December of 2021. Cold, but I looked cute. I don't remember who took this picture. I probably asked someone to take it. I started volunteering for things after my breakup. Or no, this was before my breakup, actually. So I went to the Valero Texas Open, which I didn't know Valero was a gas station company. So like I was like, oh, that's just like something that has to do with golf. But then I saw that it was like a gas station, like the names of gas stations, and then like not until like later, because I don't think there's many Valeros in at least like where I went in San Antonio. Um, but I was like, it's a gas station company, which makes sense. But I was like, that's crazy. Anyway, so I went there. This was my first time really experiencing golf because I thought it was a boring sport, and in a way, it kind of is. But like, I kind of like because of this had an appreciation for the sport and like all the hype and just like people enjoying it and stuff. And I thought that was like really cool. The golf will come into late, and the golf will. I can't even speak. Anyways, this was post breakup. One of the first things I did because I was too too sad to go out. So I had to force myself to go out with my friends, and it was for Cinco de Mayo, San Antonio. The fourth one, Red Taylor's version. It was that serious that I'm including it in my highlights. Yes, Red's my favorite album from Taylor. If you don't care for Taylor, just bear with me. But yeah, Red's my favorite album. Fall's my favorite season. Put those two together. Then we got a bunch of more extra tracks and All Too Well 10-minute version. And my life was forever changed. Me cheesing it up. And then this was during Astroworld, which if you don't know what Astroworld is, it's kind of like just like a festival by like Travis Scott. And the only reason I was here is not because to attend. I was, this was again post breakup. Again, I wanted to volunteer for things. So this was one of the things I volunteered for because I think a few people, my squadron, wanted to raise money, and this was a way we could raise money by selling like the waters and drinks and stuff at a concession stand or being volunteers for it. So we did that. We had to drive from San Antonio to Houston, like individually, but then we all had to meet in Houston because that's where the concert was at. So we did that. I worked the station, and then afterwards is when like towards the evening time is when I was done with my shift, and a few of us were done with our shifts as well. So we went there to to SZA first, and that was pretty awesome. But then like we all migrated to Travis Scott's stage, and that was very hectic, and it was like bad. And I was like, oh, this is just how concerts are, or this is how festivals are, I guess. But apparently not, because I had to drive back to San Antonio the next day early, so I didn't really have time to sleep after the concert, and I left even a little bit early, and I just slept. And then I woke up to a bunch of texts saying like, are you okay? Just tell me you're okay. From like the group leader, and I was like, yeah, I'm okay. Why? What happened? And he was like, did you not see the news? And I looked through the news, and then there was all this like stuff about people like not surviving the concert. And I was like, looking back at it, I was like, yeah, I can tell that was it made news. So like if you know about Astroworld during that time, like you would probably see it in the news. And yeah, I was part of that. Not fun. Bucky's life, my love. So I love that. I miss Bucky so much. This was part of Snowpocalypse. I was having fun, at least. Part of Chicago. Went to the museum. This was right before the breakup, and you can't tell, but I look I was just very sad during this time. I think this was like a ruck that we had to do, and then I think I had leave. During that leave, I broke up. And then, yeah, so this was like a very bad time. But I still have to include it because, memories are memories, whether they're good or bad. You just have to embrace it sometimes. This was me in Austin, drinking coffee. This is a Polaroid picture or a film picture of me. This is another picture of me in Austin for Halloween weekend because I went out with my friends during Halloween to Austin to try and get better. Stuffed animal because I thought it was cute. Another picture of me in Austin. I think I only posted this just so I could, show people just what a horrible haircut I had. And then this goes with the this one. And most importantly, I applied for and got accepted to retrain into becoming a flight attendant. That's the biggest highlight of the year, because before this, again, I was still in an intel job, worked at NSA down in Texas, National Security Agency. Didn't really like it. Wanted to retrain. I really applied to retrain in 2020, but I didn't really know about the flying world and how that was so different, and there was so much more that you need to do for the flying world. So I missed my opportunity the first time. But then when I was able to reapply again, you bet your butt that I was like, okay, I know what I'm doing now. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna do this. I really just wanted like something where I could fly, and travel. So I think I had to put loadmaster or flight attendant. But for this video that's shown right here, I think this was an advertisement that was put out by a few flight attendants to tour their plane, which I don't remember the actual inside of the plane because this isn't the plane that I fly now. But it was still like this was the first time like I actually like got to be part or like interact with like flight attendants for the first time. And like I was just like, oh my gosh, I just need this. Is before I got accepted. So this was like still with me, my hopes and yearning and stuff. So this is what I was able to do. And I really wanted it so bad. It's so bad. And fortunately, I think around the time where I went to visit my family in California, that's when I got the notification, the email saying, congratulations, you got accepted to become a flight attendant, even though I didn't have class until the following year. But at least like it was like the hope. I was like, okay, things are starting to change. And things did change in 2022, which apparently you guys really liked this picture, and you guys like this. A lot of people liked it. I'll just say that. Yeah, if 2016 was my favorite year of my career, which it is, 2022 is a very close runner-up. They both have very similar elements to them: getting a new job, going through schooling, and moving to new locations, etc. But I feel like 22 was a much more elevated and grown-up version versus the new airman when I first began my career. And that's true. I feel like I lived so much and I underwent so much, and like I was more comfortable with myself and being in the Air Force, that like I was more prepared this time to an extent to really undergo and change the trajectory of my career. Because that's the main reason why I wanted to retrain, which I didn't really talk about this beforehand, but like that's like one of the main reasons I retrained was because I wasn't happy in my job. Like I said, I was in Intel, not too happy, stuck inside all day, can't see myself doing a desk job for the full entirety of my 20-year career if I made it that long. Not to say that it was a horrible job. I enjoyed it. It was comfortable, quite stressful at times, but I just couldn't see myself doing it. So like that's why I want to go out into the world and that's why I want to go out and just try to retrain to almost anything at that point. Like literally I was like almost anything, even though I only applied for like 2 jobs. Unfortunately, I got one of them. So yeah, but it was because I was like, I just wanted to change. And that was like the first time where like in my life that I think I was like, okay, I want to like do this on my own, and like I have a choice, and like I am gonna do it. Because versus like me like in college, where like I didn't really have a choice, because I was already failing out, and there was like no way for me to get back to a certain point. So that's why I had to join the military. But for this, I could still go down the safe route of me being in Intel, or I could try and brave the unknown and go towards a different career path. So that's what I did. And that's when I did flight attendant. So this year is one of my favorite years ever. So besides 2016. So that's why I'm going to go through these pictures right now. This is me. This is the plane that we have down at Lackland Air Force Base because the training is in Lackland. So again, fortunately, I was in Lackland. All this stuff I could, I could still be in my apartment, I could still have my own car, yada yada yada, and still do training, versus other people who would have to fly and like get rental cars if they were able to get a rental car to go around base. So yeah, this was me during graduation for flight attendant stuff at our plane, and I was just so happy that day. You talking could make you like burp. Anyways, I just really like it. I look really good. One of my classmates took this. This is the inside of that plane, which doesn't work anymore. It's a non-functioning plane. It used to work, but now it's not. It's used for training purposes. I don't know if it's still there right now, but back here, 2022, that's what it's used for. I got to put on those things, even though we never use those on the plane. So, I mean, it's still pretty cool. This is the next point. Attended and survived SEER school and water survival. Oh my gosh. If you know dude, I don't know if any of you guys know what SEER is, but this was such a time. I was so scared for my life to undergo, like literally I graduated flight attendant school, and then like I think not even a week later or like a couple days later, I had to go to SEER school for the first time, because I think all flyers in the military, or people that fly in aviation in the military, or at least in the Air Force, have to go through SEER, which is survival, evasion, resistance. Surviving, elevated. It's basically like survival. Like if you crash down somewhere and you have to learn to live in the woods, or hostage situations, hostile countries, learn how to survive. And that's what I did. I didn't have to go through the full course where I had to actually like camp out in the woods and whatever, but I still had to undergo through like the big portions of it, as in like learning how to like do things and like surviving. And one of the we had fun. I had fun doing this, even though it's not supposed to be like a fun course. It's supposed to be serious, and it was. But of course, I had to make it fun. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have like managed to mentally survive. So I went through water survival, which was so good. It was like for a day. You can search. I'm pretty sure everything that I say on here you can search up online. But there's like a big pool, and we basically had to like simulate like us like crashing into the ocean. So we were like in this like contraption that was simulating like the cabin of a plane. Then we got submerged in the water, and we had to like get out, and we had to like get hauled up into the air while our uniforms were like drenched and soaked, and like afterwards we had to like get in these little wraps and like covers. It was so like crazy, but it was so much fun. And then I had to go also do this, which unfortunately I wasn't able to get a video of me doing this. So technically I did do this, but they were like two different groups. So like I was in the first group, and I couldn't bring my phone because it was like in a different like area, so we couldn't bring it in. So like once we were done with the helicopter part, we got dismissed, and I ran to my room of my hotel there on the base, changed, got my camera, ran back out because it was right there, and then I got like videos of other people doing it, the second group doing it. So this isn't technically me doing it, but I did get to do this. But then SEER, I don't even know if there's more. Yeah, it was the survival lodging. That's where I got to go. It was the nicer one. There was like some where like, I think it's because of my time in service and because I was retraining, and I was already prior service, so that's why I got into like the nicer dorms, which were literally like just like hotels, versus like the beginners like who just got into the military, and they were like in the not so nice ones. So that kind of sucked, not gonna lie. SEER. Oh my god, like no thanks. Like that's rough. I can only get punched, slapped, tortured mentally, physically, starved. Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna say more, but like, yeah. Anyways, let me continue on with my, and then I'll go back to that later. But I got to attend the Texas Air Show in San Antonio while I was going through flight attendant training. So that was pretty awesome. This was me for my birthday because I think the flight attendant training went through my birthday. So the few friends that I had left in San Antonio, plus my 2 classmates that I have for flight attendant training, we all went to, I believe that's still Chili's. It's mean Chili's. It's always Chili's. And I think they were singing happy birthday. And as you can tell, I wasn't expecting people to sing happy birthday to me. This is me at one of the Air Force museums, and I was still very gung-ho on being Air Force, so I just took a picture of this because I thought it was cool. And then I guess I can talk about the next point, which is another big one, moving from San Antonio to St. Louis. Of course, like after I did SEER and everything, went back to San Antonio, had to start packing to go to St. Louis because that was where my next duty station was at. That kind of took a couple months. I was kind of delayed with like packing and like getting my squadron, et cetera, et cetera. But eventually I drove from San Antonio to St. Louis. I think I had the option to fly, but I was like, I just want to move my car. And I just love making road trips out of anything. So if I have an excuse to make a road trip, more than likely I'll take it. So I did take this. Took like, I think there was like 3 days I could have done it. I could have done it in 2, but I took it 3 full days to like drive up here to St. Louis. And this is the first time I actually visited downtown St. Louis, and I took a picture by myself just visiting that. And I thought that was so cool because I was like, wow, I'm in a new city. Like I was like so over San Antonio at the time. But yeah, I was like, wow, St. Louis, so cool. Yeah, so that was, I still had like great experiences when I first moved here because everything again was just so new, such as me going to a Cardinals game. There was one time, I don't know if this is the first time that I went, probably the second time because I think the first time it was like sunny. Second time I think it was a little bit overcast and it was like pouring, but it was still pretty fun. Got to see Uncharted in theaters, even though I don't really like the movie, even though I love the games. Unfortunately, I don't like the movie. Don't think I've watched it more than that one time. This was also during when I went to the museum. I went to the Dua Lipa's concert in Houston. I was VIP, saw her front row and everything. That was awesome. When I got back from SEER training, Top Gun Maverick was playing in theaters, and I had to watch it. Felt so like gung ho about I love like the original Top Gun, so like I was able to watch it in theaters with my friend, and it was just an amazing experience. Let's see. I guess I'll talk about the next point, which is I went on my first ever flight attendant mission after I moved here because I moved here. I had to get trained up on some stuff, but then eventually I was able to fly for the first time as a flight attendant. And that was such a cool thing. Of course, it was just like stateside. So it wasn't like to a different country or anything. So it wasn't too crazy, but it was still the idea of me like after months and months of work and like hard work and like undergoing through all this stuff, like I was able to finally like be in a plane. And I feel like I take that for granted now because every time I get into a plane, it's literally just like me sitting in this chair right now. It's just like something I'm so used to. But I've kind of forgotten how like exciting it is to be on a plane and to travel to someplace. And that's how I felt during this first trip. And I felt super excited. Fortunately, that was my only trip of this year. Yeah, and then let's see. My family visited me here in St. Louis, so that was pretty awesome that I got to do that. Midnights came out during a very important part in my life. During that time, during fall time, I loved it. This is during the air show back in San Antonio, but I knew I was going to Scott Air Force Base, so my friend and I took this picture. Sabrina was a pretty big influence on me as well. Emails I can't send. This was during fall time. I actually got to experience fall. Like I said, I love fall. I was able to experience fall foliage, dead leaves. I loved it so much. Super happy. And then this is the last one. Visited Florida for the first time for egress training in Miami and culinary training in Fort Lauderdale. If you don't know, I do egress training in Miami pretty much every year. This was the first year that I did it because I kind of had to do it. It was late in the year. It's like November. So it's kind of still hurricane season. I think I was in the middle of a hurricane during one of those times where I had to drive, and it was so horrible. And I was like, how do people do this? And the rental car didn't have like any back wipes. I was like, because it was one of those like, it wasn't like an SUV. It was just like one of those like normal cars. And I was like, what is this? Anyways, and culinary training in Fort Lauderdale, which I don't think I have a culinary picture here, which I'm kind of surprised about. But yeah, I did culinary as well. Went to Chicago with my family, so that was pretty cool. But yeah, 2022, one of my favorite years ever, besides 2020 or 2016. Okay, 2.5 hours. How are we feeling, you guys? I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time. Hopefully, you guys don't feel like you have to stay here. You guys can go do whatever you need to do. 2023, 2023, 4, 5, 6. So we're almost to the current time, and then I'll be done. So if you guys can hold on for that long, you guys are more than welcome to. If not, I understand. Anyways, 2023 was my first full year working at Scott Air Force Base, and more so, this was the year that I truly felt like a flight attendant. While making this post, I was kind of surprised with how much stuff I actually did, not just with traveling, but throughout the year in general. And that's very true, because when I look back originally, or when I thought back to 2023 originally, I was like, oh yeah, I mostly remember for the travels that I did for flight attendant stuff, but I kind of forgot how much stuff I actually did in my personal life as well. And I was like, wow, I had quite a busy year for me. Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry. Anyways, so some 2023 highlights. Of course, the biggest one being that I began my first of many international flight attendant trips. And this was a very important part, or a very important point to make, because again, before this, I only had my one trip from the year before, stateside, and then there was kind of like a delay because I had some medical stuff, and then all the missions that I was supposed to be on kept on getting canceled, like back to back to back. So I felt like I was just like kind of sad, because I was like, maybe I'm not meant to be a flight attendant because things keep getting canceled. But fortunately, I was able to go on a trip. It was to Asia. I pretty much posted all those videos here on the YouTube, so if you guys want to check that out, you can. The first real place I got to solo explore was Singapore. Amazing. Loved it. Just all of it was so exciting. Then I got to go to 5 out of the 7 continents. Only ones I didn't get to go to this year were Africa and Antarctica. But literally, I've only been to like a couple countries before, and then I think I went to like 11 or 12 within this year alone, which is not much actually, but it's still a lot for me. So I love that. Next is that I went through Airman Leadership School, which you kind of have to do to whenever you eventually rank up to staff sergeant. That's what you have to do. So this is the next pick. This is me being one of the proffers for the graduation ceremony, and I felt like so proud of myself for doing this. And ALS, Airman Leadership School, was one of the most surprisingly favorite parts of my career, because I think at that time I was like, okay, I'm traveling and traveling. And I was traveling like a lot during that time. And I kind of was like, I needed a break. And this was kind of the break that I needed, where I got to interact with people that were pretty much like my rank or a little bit higher. And we like, I don't know, I felt like the curriculum has changed, but like at least the focus back then was like more so like, it was still Air Force, but it was like working together and becoming a team. And I really made those connections, and I look back on my moments at that school with such fondness, and I absolutely like love all the people that I was with. I bonded with them and like hung out with them in like people's houses, and we went out to like eat, and like they even called me the goat. Like I think one guy called me the goat. And then I think everyone else just like adopted that term for me, like goat as in greatest of all time. And I think I don't know why. I literally didn't do anything to make me the GOAT, but I was still very like appreciative because I felt like I was like part of something. And that was really special for me. Still is. Next is I ran my first ever marathon. Well, it was a 5K, but still it's the idea of me like wanting to go out and pursue something and actually sign up for something, because I was always afraid. And I was like, no, I don't want to do it. I'm too shy. I did this with my ex because my ex was a marathon runner, and that was my ex's first time doing a full marathon in San Francisco, which you don't know, again, San Francisco, it's very hilly. So I was like, good luck to you for doing that. But I did my first 5K. I got a medal for it. Super proud. I feel like it could have gone way longer. I feel like I don't run too much, but when I do, I don't have the worst time getting into it. Especially like if I have to do for like exercises for the squadron here or whatever, like I don't have, like, it's not that difficult for me. So I feel like I could have done like a 10K or something. And I definitely want to do another marathon. And I was thinking of doing another one this year. Maybe in San Francisco. Well, I'm already going to San Francisco this year. So probably not then, but I do want to do like a marathon in a nice place that I love. But we'll see. But yeah, this was my first time doing it. Super proud. Look at me, Golden Gate Bridge. I had to get it because I was like, I need it. It's San Francisco. Next part. Attended the Eras Tour and the Emails I Can't Send tour. Eras Tour, biggest tour of all time. Got tickets. I was VIP. You can't tell, but like I have the VIP lanyard on. Didn't get to meet her, unfortunately, and I didn't get that on purpose. I think it was like I was just scrambling to get tickets because they were kept on getting sold out, and that's the one that I ended up buying. But you know what? I love it. I had a great time in Chicago. So that was such, I don't know. And I also went here with my ex as well. My ex met me, and yeah, it was the year of the ex, I guess, too, as well. Me with my plane. Me going back to California, which is this part, flew to California to see my family and watch my sister get married. Aw, to her tech school sweetheart. Aw. But she's really cool, by the way. I feel like me and him kind of vibe on a very similar level in terms of like games and like liking like military stuff and whatnot. This is me, In-N-Out. I love In-N-Out. If you hate In-N-Out, sorry, not sorry. I also got to attend the premiere, not the premiere, but very early in January. I think like barely within the start of the new year. I had the opportunity to attend a screening of the first episode of The Last of Us, which, if you don't know, is a video game which I was a fan of since the very beginning, 2013. Came out, loved it. The sequel came out, loved it. And then I heard they were doing a show. I was so hyped for it. But then there was an opportunity for me to sign up to actually be part of the like pre-screening. And I was like, okay, cool. Like, I'm not gonna, like, I'll sign up for it with no expectations of doing it or getting into it, but I got it. I was like, I have to do this because I swore to myself, like, I was like, if there's a movie or a show or whatever, I'm going to be part of this event. So I did that, took a leave, went to New York for less than 24 hours after not being there for like a decade, just to be there for 24 hours, just for this. Didn't sleep for essentially 24 hours because I had to wait at the airport afterwards as well to fly back. That pack that you see, that's the only thing that I brought with me. That pack and my jacket. I didn't bring like luggage, anything. It was just that. And that was like the most absolutely craziest thing that I've done in terms of actually flying somewhere. But yeah, loved the first episode, loved the first season. Second season, this was me during my air show where I got to volunteer to sell merch at my squadron, which I love volunteering at air shows. I love doing all that kind of stuff, and I might be volunteering for, or might be able to do another air show soon. So stay tuned for that here in St. Louis. But yeah, I was helping out, selling some stuff, and it was cool. And I think that's the last time we had an air show here in at Scott Air Force Base. And I think that's the last time we actually like had people like go through the plane so freely. There's my sister, and then her husband, and then my mom, my dad, and me. That's really sweet. This was me with my Airman Leadership School classmates. Some of them, not all of them. It was probably like twice the amount, but I think like this was also like I think during our graduation day. So we like had practice in the morning, then we had like stop to eat. Then I lived like right next to here. So like all I did was just like go change and then like go into the graduation where I took that picture earlier of me being a proffer. But yeah, I was just like, oh, everyone was just so nice. I miss it. They're some of the coolest people that I've met, honestly, throughout my entire career. And then of course Tokyo, got to do that. I had to include that because I mean I could have included like many of the places that I went to in 2023. Here's Hawaii at Hickam Air Force Base. Here, this is the emails I can send towards Sabrina. This was me because before during the 24 hours that I was in New York, I was like, okay, I have some time to kill, so might as well just go to Times Square because I think the area, the theater, was just a short walk away. So I was like, okay, I'll just stay there. So I got someone to take a picture of me in Times Square. Pretty awesome. The Eras tour, when it was released in theaters at the end of that year, just something that I thought was, I love classic vintage military stuff from last century. So I need to include that. Did a California road trip after my marathon down to my parents' house in California. So that was really cool. Here in Big Sur, here's Singapore, like I mentioned, one of my favorite places that I've been to. This was in Alaska. Thought I looked nice. And yeah. So let's see, 2020. Oh my gosh, I need to like stop talking or like rush through these. But 2020, 24. But let's see. I see that there's a few stuff. Do you think I can get in with seasonal allergies and shellfish allergies? One recruiter said I would get disqualified in MEPS. For seasonal allergies and shellfish allergies? Okay, the seasonal allergy part, I feel like most people have seasonal allergies. So I'm not a spokesperson for the Air Force. I should have prefaced that. I should have like said that at the very beginning of this. Whatever I say is just a thought process of me and only me. It doesn't have to do with the Air Force or the thoughts of the Air Force or represent the Air Force or whatever. I'm literally just doing this because it's me, myself. So whatever I say, don't relate it back to the Air Force. With that said, for this, I'm not too sure. Probably talk to different recruiters about that because I feel like a lot of people have. I'm not sure about the shellfish allergies. I feel like there's a lot of waivers for a lot of things. So if that is for some reason something that is of concern, I don't know why. I don't know. I'm not a recruiter, so unfortunately I would not be able to say that. But I don't know. Maybe the guidelines have changed, but maybe you could go to another recruiter and see if they say the same thing. because it doesn't hurt to ask. But if a couple of them do say the same thing, then maybe. But just keep on trying, and hopefully you'll be able to get your answer for that, and hopefully you'll be able to join. Hopefully, I'm giving you all my hope right now. Let's see. They still had the same type of bus I rode in 1978. They just changed the color from blue to white. You're of the digital generation. How is it not having your social media interactions during basic training? From Gary. Well, from interaction. Well, back then, I think it was really hard. It was really difficult because I really I was still I wasn't too into like Instagram and stuff like I am now, just because again, I'm a lot of the reason why I do social media now is for promotion for my travels and stuff. And back then I didn't really have anything to promote, or it was mostly just for fun for friends. So mostly Snapchat. That's basically what it was. And then following celebrities on Instagram and stuff. So I don't think it was that difficult per se. It was difficult to try and I guess miss out on things during the time that I was at basic training. There was a lot of world stuff that happened, good stuff, bad stuff that we didn't really know about until a little bit delayed afterwards. Pokemon Go came out in 2016, and that was a universal peace time. Everyone was joining together, and everyone was having fun with that. So I couldn't get to be part of that. So, but overall, besides that, I don't think it was too difficult for me not to have my phone. Just because I was so preoccupied with being good at basic training. And I've never sat through a live stream this long before, but you're one of my favorite YouTubers. I'm here for the long haul. Oh my gosh, it's Gary and Espana. Well, hopefully, no, isn't it 10 o'clock there or something? Go to sleep. Please don't stay up for me. But thank you. I really do appreciate that. It just means a lot that you are supporting me. But if you have to go to sleep, go to sleep. All of this will be back. This entire stream will be on my channel whenever I'm done with it. So if you do miss something, you can just meet me at the 2-hour 42 mark and then just continue on from there. But thank you. I appreciate that so much. And then Bobby says, just joining late. Congratulations. Hi from Tampa, Florida. Oh, well, hello, Bobby from Tampa, Florida. Out of all the main areas that I've been to in Florida, I've been to Orlando, been to Miami, but I haven't been to Tampa yet, or at least the entirety of the East Coast. Unfortunately, I haven't been to any of the West Coast of Florida, which I want to. I really wanted to, but my ex, who was from Florida, didn't really see anything interesting with the west side of Florida, so I never got to go there. And now that I don't have that person in my life anymore, I can actually do whatever the heck I want. So, I mean, as much as I love Miami and Orlando, and I even went to Key West for my birthday, a couple of weeks ago for the first time, and people were like, that sucks, but I loved it. So I definitely want to go to Tampa. There's, what is it, MacDill? Is that their Force Base there? Want to go there. Want to go to Busch Gardens there, because I love the one in Virginia, but the one in Tampa, I think, is Africa themed. A lot of people said it's not as good as the one in Virginia, but I still want to go to it. But I still enjoy it. Oh yeah, we do go to. Oh, you work there. Oh well, awesome. Yeah, we do fly there pretty often, actually. Sometimes, actually, it depends. But yeah, I would love to have a little layover there one of these days, if I am able to go on one of those trips. And then one from Lost Boy says, I'm from India. Congrats. Well, thank you. I don't know what time it is over there right now, but hopefully it's not too late or too early in the day for you. I I love India so much. Out of all the places that I've been to, India is like one of the most like mystical and cool. I've been there twice, like for two different missions, and I loved both of them. Well, I got kind of like a bad story the second one, but the first time I went, Taj Mahal, New Delhi, went to all those locations. I loved it there so much, and I cannot wait to go back and hopefully explore a little bit more outside those areas. But I just love India so much. I love the culture. I love everything. And then Bobby says, "Oh, I will definitely stop by for coffee if I'm there." And then, are you doing any postcards this year? I am doing any postcards. That won't be until later this summer. But as I've said before, I will be releasing the Frassix 2026 brochures. If you want that, because I'm going to be officially announcing it tomorrow. Wait, let me just exit out of the quick. Hi, I feel like it's been a while since I've been full screen, right? Anyway, so if you're just joining, I'm gonna announce this tomorrow technically, but if you haven't gotten this, which is my Frassix brochure that I gave out to people earlier, you will have a chance to get them tomorrow. There's a limited amount though, because there's not a lot that I printed out. So if you want one, definitely wait for that announcement tomorrow whenever I make it on my social media, mostly on my Instagram. And you might be able to get one. And then Dominique from Poland. I have not been to Poland yet, and I want to go so bad. I have friends from Poland or have visited Poland. I haven't been to Poland. I want to go so bad. But hello. Hope you guys, it's crazy. Aren't you guys supposed to be sleeping right now? I don't know what time it is over there, but hopefully I'm not intruding on anything. And then thank you for that. And then Bobby says, where's the sign up? It will be tomorrow. I'll post a link to it on my Instagram stories and then on my Twitter and then on my threads as well. And even here on YouTube. So I'll probably announce that early tomorrow. I don't know what time. I still haven't decided yet, but don't worry. I'll just mention that that you were part of the live stream, and I'll hopefully try and get you. And then Brian says, Fisher says, and the offer still stands to visit the fall full. I want to visit the fall foliage. So definitely, hopefully this year. Well, actually, I don't know about this year since I'm going out of the country for fall this year, but one of these days. And Brian, but he says, sorry, I lost my internet, so lost connect, but still watching you on YouTube. Looked great as always, and congrats on the anniversary. Thanks for your service, and I'm from Connecticut. I haven't been to Connecticut. I have friends who have gone to Connecticut and they love it. So I definitely want to go there one of these days. But awesome. Well, I'm so happy that you guys are here. Again, I appreciate it. We're almost done with the live stream, but I still want to share a few more things with you guys, or at least finish this out because we're on 2024. So I'll focus on this for now. I can get through it, then I can answer more questions or more comments that you guys have before I go out, because I don't want to be too long because people need to sleep. Anyway, so I'm going to focus on this for now. So 2024, we're getting closer to 2026. Was the year where I did a lot, but also felt like I didn't do much more outside of just traveling, some new locations, some familiar ones. But this part right here, but I feel like so much of my time was spent being a flight attendant. I kind of lost myself for a bit. Yeah, looking back on it, I did go to some amazing places, a lot of amazing places. Like, for example, my first time in India and second time in India was in 2024. Went to a lot of places in Europe. Absolutely loved it. Loved my 4 or 5 day layover in London. That was amazing. But like, I don't know, I just felt like something was off about this year. But let's not focus on the bad. Let's go through some of these pictures. So this is me. I don't know which airfield this is. But this is me with my plane with the sunrise before the passengers came on the plane. Pretty awesome. Me being silly. This is me when I re-enlisted for another 4 more years in the Air Force. So now I have until, I think I have like, this is like 2 years ago, so I have like 2 more left for my contract. So let's see if I survive in the Air Force for that long. Me sleeping on the plane because, yeah, boys gotta rest. Fortunately, I don't think we had any passengers during this leg, so that's why I was able to sleep. And I think I had my phone on the table, and then my coworker just took a picture of it, and then I saw it. This is what I did during one of the days of layovers that I did, or that I got to have in London. I took a tour to Stonehenge. I love England so much. There's so much history. I'm a big history person. I love ruins. I love just like all that historical stuff. Like, it's just like, I love it. And Stonehenge is one of those places where, like, you got to see it. Some people might say it's a bunch of rocks, and I said this in my video, and technically it is a bunch of rocks, but it's the symbol behind those rocks and just the magicalness behind the rocks. So I loved my time there. Got to see Wicked. I think I watched the first movie like 5 times within the span of a month. I was that obsessed with it. Oh, this is Boston, but I guess I'll go with this first. Sabrina Carpenter fan club. This is me during my when I went to see Sabrina for the 2nd year in a row at the Sweetener World Tour, or not Short and Sweet World Tour, not World Tour, but just tour. World Tour in St. Louis. So that was pretty awesome. And then speaking of St. Louis, I got to attend one of the opening days for the St. Louis exhibit for the exhibit for the St. Louis World's Fair in 1904. I think that's 1904, 1914, 1904. Which, if you don't know, the World's Fair is a thing that used to happen in the olden days, and they would showcase, the newest technology, and people from all over the world would come. And St. Louis was popular enough back in the day to be able to afford to do stuff like this. And it's just a shame how much potential St. Louis has as a city. And I've said this to people here, and I'll keep saying, like, St. Louis and Chicago were like going up like last century, like in popularity and like who'd be the better one. And in a way, St. Louis has more of a geography advantage, but a lot of things just went wrong and sideways. Whereas Chicago kind of like rose above all that and ended up being the great city that it is. But St. Louis was on the way to becoming like that as well. Such as, the World's Fair is a symbol of that, because it was that popular that it could hold, the World's Fair for people all over the world to come to St. Louis. But it's so sad. Like, that's one of the things that, like, I'm very sad about. Like, St. Louis has so much potential, but it just, anyways, enough ranting. Miami. This was me on my road. This is one of the big things that I wanted to do, talk about, was I did a road trip to Washington, D.C., to help out with the flight attendant unit there, because 2024 was the election year here in America, in the United States. And basically they needed help there because, of course, in DC, Washington, D.C., that's where the main hubbub is of, political stuff. That's where most of the actual flight attendants are that work as flight attendants for the Air Force are stationed there, and they needed help. And I, was one of the few people to volunteer, and I technically was like, I think at that time, like, I was able to volunteer, but then there was like 2 more people that would be able to help later on, but I was only supposed to be there for like a month because I had like leave planned afterwards. So I was only able to help out for a month, but I decided to, like I said before as well, if I have the opportunity to make something a road trip, I will take it. I could have had the opportunity to fly and maybe get a rental car in DC the entire time I was there, which is fine. But me being the crazy person that I am, I decided to take my car and drive from St. Louis all the way to DC. And that was like probably the furthest that I've driven at that point. But it was so cool to go through like the Appalachians, however you pronounce that. Just go through like I just love it so much. Oh my God. Like I wish I had more time to actually explore each place, but I didn't even have time to do that because I had to get to, DC to help out. And one of the things that I got to do was go on a C-17 for my first time. I didn't fly on it because flight attendants apparently are needed on cargo planes sometimes. They definitely do not have as much responsibilities or pressures as, on their normal planes, but they still are needed on some of these planes to, still do drinks and food and whatnot. So I got to fly in that. So that was pretty awesome. Let's see. But it was really loud. It was really loud in the C-17. Definitely not as comfortable as my planes, just saying. Got to see Nile in concert here in St. Louis. A manhole cover in Japan, because I don't know, I feel like a lot of places, not just Japan, but like Japan especially, but like a lot of places cover or like decorate their manhole covers, or have like the designs on them. Like even in Miami, there's like some nice ones, Art Deco designs. So like next time you're like in a city or like somewhere that you haven't been to before, or even a place that you've been to before, like the city that you're in right now, like look down and like at the manhole covers, and you might think, oh, it's just a manhole cover, but sometimes they might just have like some little cool designs. I know in Japan, definitely, like it's so fun. Like I sometimes like go and just try to find them because they're just so cool to see. Yeah, it's just something weird. This is me when I went to Nepal, and I got back just in time for breakfast, and a few of my crew were there, and these are my crew. This is the staff at the hotel in Nepal, but they gave me this little slice of cake. I don't know why. They were just so cool. And then I wasn't too sure about it. I was like, why is this happening in my head? But my coworkers were all right with it, so I guess they got it already, and I didn't get the chance to do it. But then I got it before dinner or breakfast closed, so that was pretty awesome that they did that. I don't remember what that was for. Airman of the Year? I think I did get Airman of the Year one of the years. I don't remember. My family visited me here in St. Louis. Surprise, surprise. I love when they visit me. I also got to see Gladiator 2 in theaters pretty much, around the same week as Wicked. I think it did release on the same day, actually. But I saw Wicked first, and then I saw Gladiator 2 second. Gladiator is the first one is probably within my top 10 movies ever. Made me cry hysterically the first time I watched it. So I was like, okay, I'm hyped for Gladiator 2. It did not live up to my expectations, but I did get a cool Coliseum popcorn bucket, as you can tell, and the poster. And then that's just me with a crazy hair day with rain, because that's one of the things, that I have to do is go outside and do stuff in the rain during trips. But also, anyways, back to that time of me helping out in DC. So I stayed there for a month. After I was done, I had to go back to St. Louis, like I said. But again, I wanted to make it a road trip, and I wanted to do a little bit of a detour and not do the same route that I did back. So instead of me just going west, I went north, and I ended up visiting Boston for the first time, which I was really excited about because, again, I love historical stuff. There's a lot of historical American history in Boston. was able to experience some of that. Go through, what was it, the trail, I forgot what. Oh my gosh, there's like this trail like where like you start in one place and then like it goes to like different areas of the city. Freedom Trail, I think that's what it was called. I got to do that, not the whole thing unfortunately, but it was like historical landmarks. That was really cool. This was during also the fall time, so I got to not only do that, I also got to go up to Vermont and just around the northeastern area and just do a very brief fall foliage road trip, which I've wanted to do for so long, and I did it. It wasn't really too fally, but it was like the fall colors were there enough that I was like, okay, I'll accept it, and it's not like I had a choice. But then I was just drinking my pumpkin spice latte, had my pumpkin air freshener in my car, listening to Red Taylor's version. Like life was good, but it was also a long drive. Eventually, I did make my way back to St. Louis. But yeah, enough of that chat. Now we go into 2025. Last year, we're almost done, you guys. Thanks for holding out for so long. We just hit the 3-hour mark. It won't be more than 30 minutes, I swear. Not even 15 minutes, I swear, if I just stop talking. So technically, 2025 is the 10th year with this countdown that I was doing, or count up, count down. But if you really think about it, like I began the 10th year of my career in May of 2025, and I concluded my 10th year today in May of 2026. So technically, I just completed my 10th year. That's why it's my 10th year anniversary. But to go alongside things and to make it kind of like cohesive, I'm just going to go with 2025 as a whole. So yeah, like, I mean, I still did a lot of cool stuff last year. It was really interesting because I feel like a lot of people started following me, a good amount in 2024, but also a lot of people started following me in 2025 as well. I think there's also a thing here that says that, but for now, let's just go through the pictures, or let me just go through here. 2025 was just last year, and I still remember some events like it was yesterday. There are also things that happened that I completely forgot about: traveling, personal life, and even my online persona, as in Frassix. All of it flourished more or less, and I'm sure many of you joined me on my adventures this year as well. And I'm happy to have you here. So this is a picture I took actually this year. And then this was the first trip that I did last year, which was just to Hawaii. I love every time I have the chance to go to Hawaii. I definitely want to do that one, or I want to go back there again someday, and maybe stay there long. I don't think I stay there long for like 2 days probably, but I want to stay there for like a while and go like, I've seen like the pictures of like these big mountains. That's like the most western part of most western area of the United States you can go to. It's like kind of like Jurassic Park-ish. I don't remember what it's called, but like want to go there so bad. I just want to relax on the beach. Every time I go to literally every time I step off the plane in Hawaii, it's like my troubles for some reason just melt away. And this was one of those moments. I think this was me post breakup as well. I've had so many breakups. I'm a mess, I can tell you that. But yeah, so I kind of needed this like little getaway, even though it rained like most of the time. One of the highlights of last year was me going to Ireland unexpectedly, because we were supposed to go to another location, which I won't name, but things started happening there. So we diverted to Ireland and stayed there for a little bit more than overnight. So we were able to do things in Ireland. And I was really excited for it because just like, like Ireland and just, the actual like Ireland and UK, like all of them, I just love that area so much. Beautiful culture, scenery, just everything. And I did not expect to do this. I didn't even know the Cliffs of Moher like existed, so to speak. But once I got there, I was like, this is amazing. So good. So good. I want to go back. I want to go back to Ireland so bad. I mean, I'm going to the UK. Well, I know Ireland's not part of the UK, but like I mean, Northern Ireland is, but I'm just saying, like, that area in general, I'm going back to it, but I want to go back to Ireland specifically, just to experience it more because I loved it there so much. This was me visiting my sister because, again, she's with her husband. They live, or they work at Travis right now, actually, Travis Air Force Base near Sacramento. So I got to visit them for a little bit, and that's their dog, Maple. I got to go to Cambridge. I think this was like the second time I went to Cambridge, and it's always there's not too much to do in Cambridge. Cambridge. I still can't pronounce it. It's just a college town, but I mean it's chill, but it's still like England, so it's still pretty awesome. I just love England. I just love the UK. This was me on my birthday actually last year in California because I had my In-N-Out shirt in California. I got it mostly just because I knew I was going to go out to the beach. And I went here with my mom, so she was the one that took this picture. And she was the one that drove, even though she was scared of driving. She drove me, even though I could have literally drove, but she didn't want me to not drive the car. She wanted me to not drive the car because I wasn't on insurance. Anyways, but yeah, this is what I was talking about. This was taken, I think, in February of 2025, or at least screenshotted. I had 10.1 thousand followers on Instagram, and that was like towards the beginning of the year. So yeah, again, a lot of people follow me in 2024, but between then and now, I've gained like an additional 7,000. Actually, I feel like I gained most of it from this year, actually. So probably like half of them. But still, a lot of you have probably followed me from last year, from the stuff I posted last year. So thank you so much for, sticking with me, like you are right now with me with this live stream. This was me going out or getting ready to go out for Halloween. I didn't really have a costume because this was a last minute thing, because I was just going to stay here at my apartment and just watch It's a Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown, and other scary movies, and just eat candy by myself. But my friends invited me last minute out, or my coworkers did. And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And we went to the gay area here in St. Louis. They're not, all of them were straight. So it's just like, it was an interesting time. But it was literally fun, so much fun. I got to go to Chicago to see La La Land in concert, which again, La La Land is my favorite movie of all time. And I was like, I want to go. Granted, this was before it was touring everywhere, so I think it was just in Chicago. So I got to do that. And it was led by, or the conductor was actually the person who made the soundtrack for La La Land, which I did not expect that part. I was very surprised at that part. I thought it was just gonna be someone, just a normal person like playing it, but it was actually the person, Justin. I don't remember what his name is, Justin Hurwitz. But like he was there, and whenever he came out, I was like, oh my God, he gave like some kind of insight and backstories, little like stuff about like behind the scenes stuff about making the soundtrack, and I was like, this is crazy. But I mean, like, I love the movie. I cried. I still cried. I still love that movie so much. This was me visiting. I forgot what ship it was in Oakland, in California, but since it was there while I was visiting my sister and her husband, I did that. Went to culinary at Napa Valley, which a lot of you like that reel and like that YouTube video. So yeah, I got to do that. Not really a big wine person, but I mean, I would be down to go back again and maybe do a meetup and drink wine with people if people want to do that. Just saying, for the very few people that are here, but we'll see. Yeah, so this was on top of the the ship, so that was pretty awesome. I think this was my first time watching a Broadway musical, even though this was in St. Louis. For Shucked, like a corn, like if you shuck a corn, which I really enjoyed, surprisingly. This was my first time in Naples eating the best pizza I've ever had. A lot of people wanted to fight with me in the comments when I uploaded this video earlier this year, but I will still stand on that hill that it was really good, so fresh. It was literally just, as you can tell, just a margarita pizza. Nothing special about it, but for some reason it was so darn good. I'll like next time I go to Naples, I'm going back there just to eat that pizza again. And it didn't even like it wasn't like full, it wasn't heavy. Like it felt filling. And that's what I liked about it as well. But like oh gosh, I love Italy as well. So I just love traveling, if you can't tell. Um I'll go back to this. I got my hair permed for the first time last year. I went to a place before this that did perms because I wasn't really sure who to go to for perms here in St. Louis. And the first guy that I went to, first couple of times I went, it was so bad. At a point, I was like, I just need to go. Like, it wasn't even permed. It was just like not straight hair. I was like, I don't want that. I want it to be, as you can tell, like this is what I want to be. So that's what I did. And the guy that I go to right now, his name's Daniel. He works in Central West End in St. Louis at Philip Johnson's Spa. I think that's what it's called. But I just love what he does. Does a great job. So cool, so chill. And this was in Germany, and I went with one of my coworkers, and I drank Germany at the beer hall there. What was it called? Hoffenberg. This isn't there though. This is a different place. But drank beer like actually like drink like I sipped beer before, but like I never actually drank it because I don't like beer. But like I drank like, but I was like, when in Germany, so I had like a big pint. I drank that big thing. Then I had a smaller, thinner glass at first. I was like, okay, this is not bad. But then I had a wheat beer. I don't know. I guess there's a difference between wheat beer and then the normal beer. But I like the wheat beer a lot better, so I just drank that. And then I had another beer at this place alongside all the sausage. The sausage was really good. But yeah, so he was a bad influence on me. Like my coworker, he kept on the drinks and everything, but like in a good way. Like I adore him. And then I also got to put out my postcards for the first time, which this was like the first. I love doing stuff like this with people that I know, as in just like my friends and my family. I just love sending like gifts, and like sometimes like even like on my birthday, like I'll give out gifts to people because it's my birthday, even though they should be getting me stuff, even though I don't want them to get me stuff. So I'd rather get them stuff. So I just love doing things for other people. And this was one of those things where I'm just like, I had such a great year. In addition to the year before in 2024, because I feel like I consider like 2025 an extension of 2024. So I just had a really great year, successful years. And I just wanted to do something for people. So it's just like, you know what, I'm going to send some postcards out. So I did that. A lot of people liked it, enjoyed it. A majority of people who requested one got one, but for some reason, some of them didn't make it there, or they told me they didn't make it. I was like, I don't know why. Like that's why tomorrow, if you're going to be getting one of these, please put in the exact address that you know that you're going to get it at, because I don't want it to go to waste. More so because I just don't want, not really because like I spent money on it, even though I did spend money on it, and that's a shame. But like it's mostly because like I want people to get their card, because or their brochure or whatever they get from me, because like they deserve it. Got to see the official release party for A Showgirl in theaters. This was during the 4th of July, because I feel like this was the first time I actually went to like an event for 4th of July, at least for a while, because I remember the past few years prior to last year, I was always on a trip. So this was like the first time I was actually in St. Louis, and I got to watch the fireworks and the drone show, which was also promoting Superman at the time. I got to go with my ex. There's always these dang exes. But yeah, so that was pretty awesome. And I just love 4th of July is coming up this year, the 250th anniversary of America. I don't know where I'm going to be going. I think I might be maybe on a mission during that time, but I just want to celebrate it somewhere cool, which will have a lot of fireworks. Wait, I'm not done. I want to go back to it's not here. I think I mentioned it on my stories, but anyways, with this picture right here, this last thing I'm going to talk about is that I had to go back to help out the squadron in DC again, but this time I went with another coworker of mine. So me and him went to DC. We got into the C-17 to do our flight attendant duties. Went all the way across to Europe, dropped off the plane, and then we had to commercially fly back to the United States, which that's not an uncommon occurrence. But this was the first time that I was doing it. And this is technically the first time that I, since becoming a flight attendant. Well, the last time that I technically flew to a different country or across an ocean was when my parents moved back, or when me and my family moved back from Sicily back to Virginia, which again, this was when I was young, so probably 2006, 2005, and then of course 2025. So that's nearly 20 years later that I'm actually doing a commercial flight. So I was like, this is absolutely crazy. I didn't know what to expect. We almost missed our flight, me and my coworker, because we were stuck in the the customs line, I guess, to go. I didn't know you need customs to go out of the country. I thought you just needed it to get into the country. I know I'm going to sound stupid saying that, but I didn't know that. So yeah, we were just waiting in line forever at the customs line at the country we were at, and we were too shy to push past people, because I hate being that person. It's oh, I have a flight, can please cut? No. But we were getting really close on time, and we ran, because of course after customs there's this big long corridor of lot of gates and whatnot. And of course the gate that me and my coworker were at for the plane, that one was at the literal very end of that freaking whatever you call that thing that has the gates. And we were hauling our butts to there, running. That was I haven't ran in an airport in forever or ever, really. That was the first time I ever running. Oh my God. And then of course, when we got there and we checked in, they didn't depart on time because everyone else was stuck in that customs line. So I guess it wasn't just us, and I guess it was probably not a common occurrence, but still, that was my first experience. And then we finally got into the plane. The plane ride was not fun. There were very rude people commercially that were flying commercial on there. And I think it was just a big group of people, family, something like that. Just not fun, throwing things on the ground. And the flight attendants couldn't really say much to those people, unfortunately. Or they said stuff, but they didn't really listen, the people. So they're just throwing stuff on the ground. The kids were running. People were stretching out in the aisles, or talking, getting up, and the flight attendants were trying to do their duties. And I hate, if you're gonna don't be in the aisle. I hate it when people do that. Sit the heck down. Even if you have to talk to someone, or at least be aware that you're in an aisle. So don't be annoyed if a flight attendant asked you, because they were annoyed. I every time the flight attendant would leave, and then because I was originally going to be in a middle seat, which between all the families, and I was no, oh my God. But fortunately, I think one of the moms or one of the people had to be with the children or something, so they swapped. So I was on a an aisle seat, thankfully, but it was still like the family or the group of people were like there, and it was just a horrible experience. And then where was it going with this? But yeah, so anyways, this was my first time commercially flying back to the United States. Very interesting. The meals that they were serving us, I was kind of surprised at because I always forget that they serve meals, even though I know I serve meals, but these are like kind of like, it was so okay, I guess. But this was also when I was watching Outlander, as you can tell by me watching it on my iPad, which we don't know what Outlander is. It's a show which had its series finale like 3 days ago, 2 days ago. Very upset about that. That I got into it so late. But it's okay because I'm actually going to be going to Scotland, where this technically takes place, or at least the first few seasons take place, pretty soon. So I'll be pretty happy to, at least the spirit of Outlander lives on, if that makes sense. Why do I keep on doing that? But yeah, I think that's pretty much it for 2020. And hello? Okay, my computer just spazzed out. But yeah, with that being said, we are now in 2026. And again, it is the 10-year anniversary of me being in Air Force. And thank you so much for going through my very brief and sometimes chaotic and all over the place descriptions of each year. I wish I literally could go on and on about each different year if I wanted to. I could literally make this go on for like 6 hours if I needed it to, but no one wants to do that. But I just really appreciate everyone for being part of the stream, whether you were here for the entire thing or for a little bit of time. Like it just truly means a lot that you made time out of your day to be part of this event. And I will check the comments right now because I said that I would check it afterwards. Let's start with Bobby's comment for your travels are so interesting. When I go TDY, I miss too many exploring opportunities just because it's too focused on the job. That's fair, which is unfortunate because I feel like for most people, if they go TDY, temporary duty, like to a place, their job is at that place. But for me, my job is going to that place. It's in the air. So once I get to that location, I don't need to do my job, if that makes sense. Like, of course, there's like stuff that I have to like coordinate or keep track of, but like pretty much if I'm in a location, I'm free to do whatever I want. So I guess that's a plus of me being a flight attendant, is that my TDYs, I am fortunate enough to be given the opportunity to explore all these places. And I'm very thankful for that. And I'm very thankful that I get to show it to individuals that may not have time to visit those places wherever they go. So I'm glad that I could do that for you. History is awesome. I'm going to England in 2027. I want to see Stonehenge. Do it. Do it. Do it 100%. You might think it's a bunch of rocks and you might hate me for it, but you know what? You still do it. I don't care. There's so many places I want to go to in England. So many. I've already been to Stonehenge, Windsor Castle, went to York last year, which used to be, what was it, the Viking capital, right? So that was pretty awesome. I didn't get to go to the Viking Museum there though because it was sold out. So that sucks. But there's so many other places that I want to go to. I mean, I went to the White Cliffs of Dover. even though it wasn't the real technical, like I want to go to. I didn't even go to Dover Castle because it was part of the tour. Like it was so upsetting. But like I went through what was it called? It was Golden Tours, and I did that. So one of the days was to go to Stonehenge and Windsor Castle. The other day was to go to like the Windsor Castle, or not, Cliffs of Dover, then also like Canterbury and stuff. I just wish I had more time at the Cliffs of Dover. But there's another place that I want to go to that's I think all the way on like towards the bottom west part of England. There's like it's like there's a statue of King Arthur, and then there's like castle with like a long bridge, but there's like nothing else there, and the only way to get there really, because I don't think any tours really go there, is by driving there, and I'm terrified of driving on the left side of the road and causing an accident. So I don't think I'll be doing that anytime soon. But I definitely want to do that. Maybe I might get the courage to one day. Who knows? But yeah, definitely go there if you can go to England. There's just so much to do there. Even in Scotland, if you have time, take the train like I did and go to Scotland, because I love Scotland so much. Which train service? Speaking of, I am very like happy about myself for like being able to navigate trains, which is a weird thing to say, internationally. I wish it was more common here in the United States, which I feel like a lot of people say that, but trust me, like why? I want like sure I can go from here to Chicago, but I want to go like everywhere. Like it would just be so convenient. I mean, I know it'd be a lot of money, but still. Anyways, that's enough ranting for me. I used to live at Scott and commute downtown, and you're right, St. Louis has so much potential. Facts. I could go on about that as well. Jeffrey says, Aloha from Honolulu. Congrats on 10 years. Thanks for sharing your travels and experiences. Thank you so much. Aloha. I love Hawaii. I love Honolulu so much. I want to go back so bad. It's been a while since I think the last time I went was last year, like I said, post breakup in January of 2025. C-17 is a smooth ride. It is pretty smooth. It's just very loud and cold. Oh, that's pretty awesome for the manhole cover thing. And then let's see, Mr. M. Johnson says congrats and thank you for your service. With your frequent international travel, how do you handle jet lag? I just deal with it. Sometimes most of the time actually, especially if it's a new location, I just have to like suck it up and be like, I'm not gonna be here maybe ever again. Maybe that might be the only time I might be at that location. So I gotta take the advantage of it and just go out and do it and be tired and get some sleep that night. But I usually don't drink much caffeine or any caffeine really here at my place or whenever I'm like in my home or in America, but I do drink it overseas or like when I'm on all these trips. So I always bring like the sugar-free Red Bulls. I have that and I bring a few and I store them, on the plane in my luggage, just in case I'm like, I need this, I just like drink it. And that works for me. And I figured out that it gives me, after doing it for so long, I was like, okay, it'll give me like 6 hours of energy. Sometimes it might kick in a little bit later, but like it pretty much gives me like 6 hours of extra energy that I know I might have. Because sometimes like I'll plan it out and I'll try to go to sleep, but then I'm still awake even though I'm super tired. And then I'm like, oh, it's because of the energy drink I had. So do that. Or sometimes, like I only really drink coffee or lattes during the fall and winter times for Starbucks. But on my plane, since we usually make it, that's usually also when I drink the coffee. So that's another way that I can stay up and caffeinated and awake. So just to answer your question, I just either like, inject myself with caffeine or I just suck it up and just deal with the consequences, because I can sleep here when I'm back in the United States. But when else am I gonna go to, I don't know, Rio, or somewhere, like Japan, Tokyo? Like, I gotta just go. Sometimes you just gotta go. And sometimes if you're so used to doing it, like, it's not as bad. Like, it still might suck, but like, you kind of like know after a while. You're like, okay, like once you're out in, I feel like just the feeling of going into a new country and a new location, or even a old location that I've been to before, just immerse myself into that is like caffeine in itself, if that makes sense. Like, it's just like I get another like rush of adrenaline. I'm like, okay, like I'm here. I'm so excited. I want to do things, see all the things, eat all the food. Yeah, I'm trying to watch what I eat though. Whenever I travel now, especially since starting my workout, my like 1 a.m. workouts, starting back in October until now. But I guess it worked out because I feel like people seem to enjoy my Miami posts of me being shirtless. Um, cool. Yes, I think that's where I want to go to, which I think I've seen a bunch of people do that. The boat, I want to pronounce this right, but I can't pronounce it right. Kualoa Ranch. I think that's probably what I might be talking about. But I've seen people like on the boat in Hawaii, and then there's like these massive tower, like they're like, or massive mountains, and I'm like, I want to go to it. I want to take pictures in front of it. I just want to bask in it. I love when things make me feel small, if that makes sense. Like, to be like, to stand next to like a giant building or a giant statue, or be on a mountain and then look down or look up at the mountain. Um, go to Yosemite and like see like the half dome, or just something along those lines. I just love feeling small because it makes you like realize how grand and how big the world is and how amazing it is. And I just love that about my travels. But yeah, I definitely want to go to there whenever I can. Ilolani Palace in Washington Palace. I learned more about the Hawaiian market overthrow. Is that the only? Because I passed by a palace when I was in Honolulu. I didn't get to go in it, but it's like the only palace or royal palace in the United States. Is that it? I think it's one of the palaces. I think, because it was right when I was walking, and then there's a statue. I don't remember what it was, but anyways, but okay, yes. So I definitely want to go in there next time as well. I want to go there. I want to go surfing. I want to go. There's a few food truck places that I want to go to over there, and just like the last time I went there, I just want to travel. I just want to like explore Hawaii. I love Hawaii so much, and um, it'd be a great time for me over there if I were able to do that. Anyways, Bobby says, Concourse, the place that has the gates. Yes, Concourse. I am dumb. I may be a flight attendant, but I am not smart with aviation terms. But yes, Concourse is the place that has the gates that I had to run down. I still can't remember what country it was. But it'll come to me. I'm a good storyteller. Sometimes I'm not a good storyteller, but if I'm on a roll, like I can just keep talking like I am right now. Because like I said, I'd be done at 3.5 hours, and it's over 3 hours, 3.5 hours. I'm almost done. Please hold on. Andrew says, congratulations and thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your support. It really does mean a lot whenever people say that. And people usually say that. But it does mean like a lot, because I'm like, I do appreciate the support anytime someone says that. Also, this shirt that I'm wearing right now, this is one. I think I got this from like Walmart or something. But I wore this before. Like I got this before joining the Air Force, and I remember wearing it a lot before joining the Air Force, and even while towards the beginning of my career in the Air Force, and it still pretty much fits. So that's pretty awesome. And I found this alongside my other stuff, and I was like, oh my gosh, I need to wear it to make it a little full circle moment. Let's see. Dominic asked, do you have a chaplain who supports you and your team during difficult times? We do, and if you don't know what a chaplain is, it's basically, I mean, it's not necessarily like, it doesn't have to be religious or anything, but it's a person you can go to talk to about like problems, to make you feel safe about certain topics that you want to discuss. And all the chaplains that I know are pretty nice and pretty awesome. And we are fortunate enough to have a chaplain if we need to talk about certain things that we need to talk about that we can't really talk about with anyone else. Yeah, so we do have one. Lost Boy asks, how many countries have you been to in total? Let's see. I keep a list on my phone, but I already know how much it is because I'm so upset that it's at that number. That because as just a flight attendant alone, within the past since 2023, essentially until now, I've been to 39 countries, which is not a lot actually compared to a lot of other people or a lot of other of my coworkers who have been to like 100 countries, 75 countries. And I'm upset that it's at 39 though, because I want to reach, the next level, it's like 10, 20, 30, 40. And like every time I try to go to a new location, at least, especially lately, like it just cancels. So I can't go to a new location, which is unfortunate. But yeah, 39 countries. I definitely want to go to more. Unfortunately, I won't be able to go to certain countries until I get out of the Air Force because I'm not allowed to go to those countries. But yeah, so 39. But if I include places I went to not only in the Air Force, but also in general, I guess it would be over that. It would probably be almost in the 50 range, if I'm not mistaken, which is also pretty crazy to think about. Let's see. The Napoli Jeffrey says, talking about Hawaii again, you can feel small on a boat near where they film. Yeah, I think that's what I'm talking about, the Napoli coast, because whenever they show it online, or like I have a bunch of videos saved of them like just showing the mountains, and it's like kind of like misty at the top and like the waves, and it's like sharp, like the edges of the mountains are like sharp and green. So I think I want to go to a place like that, or even a helicopter show, or just anything. Like I would love to do that. Not just in Hawaii though, just like everywhere. There are a lot of places in Europe that are like that. Even in Africa, in South America. Like, come on, like I want to go to all those places. Australia, come on. I want to go there, all the places. Hike Mount Everest one day when I'm brave enough to do it and allowed to do it. Anyways, Dominic asked, what advice would you give to young people who are interested in joining the Air Force and becoming flight attendants? Oh, Dominic out here with the questions. Any advice for people joining the Air Force? I guess, if they want to become flight attendants in the Air Force, I guess I honestly don't know how it is going into it, because I feel like they always go back and forth as to whether or not you can only retrain into the job, or if you can go into it straight from basic training. I know they go back and forth. When I did it, it was only through retraining, as in like going from one job in the Air Force to another job in the Air Force, and then they only made it to where only flying career fields could go into becoming a flight attendant. But now I think it's like they're opening back up again because fun fact, or not so fun fact, I guess, the Air Force is in dire need of flight attendants because I feel like it's very surprising actually because whenever I had a few friends who are my coworkers who tried to do like this promotional stuff around the United States and going also to like Europe and stuff, trying to recruit people. But a lot of people just weren't interested in becoming a flight attendant, which to on their own, some people either just don't realize what this job entails, even though we do describe it, or they're just not interested in traveling. Even though I know a few people who I work with who don't want to be flight attendants because they don't really care for travel, which again, more power to whoever. But all of that just to say that the Air Force is, at least right now, don't quote me, but people, they need flight attendants. So if you can apply for it, doesn't hurt to try. If you don't get it, oh well, but if you do, and if you want to travel, great. Again, also the ops tempo or the operational tempo, amount of work that you do is different, varying on like each aircraft and especially at each base and each squadron. If you get stationed in DC, they work a lot. Not gonna lie, just because of, again, DC political center, people need to go places, yada yada yada. Here at Scott, I feel like we still work pretty hard. I mean, everyone everywhere works pretty hard. And there are only 5 bases that we can go to as flight attendants instead of like out of the many bases. We can only get stationed at 5, which is Scott, Ramstein in Germany, Hawaii, Offutt, and then Andrews, which is in DC. That's it. If I had to choose between any of those, I mean, I guess I would choose Germany, but I like the planes that I'm on right now, so I guess I would stay here as long as I can. So I guess I would choose here. St. Louis isn't the best, but I mean, it's better than most other places, and it's centrally located, more or less around the United States. But yeah. So I guess my advice would just be for people wanting to become flight attendants, just go for it. Just apply for it. Ask the questions. I don't really have answers, or at least current answers to many of the questions. I can find out the answers, but at the end of the day, I feel like the best source of that information would be for a recruiter. So go to your nearest Air Force recruiter and ask about if you want to join the Air Force. And just enjoy it. I feel like a lot of people have their own experiences in the military in general, as with any other job, but at the end of the day, it's what you make of it. And sometimes things are good, sometimes things are bad, sometimes you have great leadership, sucky leadership, great coworkers, bad coworkers, all that kind of stuff. And I've had pretty much all of that. But I just would like to say, just keep a positive mindset, and just know that if you're going through something sucky, probably everyone else around you is going through something sucky. So that makes it a little more bearable that you can, bond with those people, and just have fun with it. And just at the end of the day, I feel like if I could give out just advice in general, it's just to do, and this kind of relates to, joining the Air Force, is just, and navigating life throughout the Air Force, is just do what makes you happy, even if you end up in like a sucky job. Like, just try to do things that make you happy, and if at the end of the day that ends up being your job, then that's amazing. But if it's not, and it's just like a hobby or like something that you like to watch or play, as in video games, and just do it. But my piece of advice would just be, and this is to anyone, is just to do what makes you happy. If you have a choice to do something, do the thing that brings you the most joy. And that's, I followed that advice, and I mean, that's how I was able to retrain or have the motivation to retrain. So I wanted to be happy. So that's why I had the opportunity to retrain. I did it, and now I'm pretty content with my job and sharing those experiences with you guys. Which again, thank you so much for. I don't know. I feel like it's so weird that for one, I'm talking to a computer, but in theory, I'm talking to people that are watching me right now. So I think that's pretty strange. But like, it's just so surreal that everything that I've done, all of this, you seeing me right now, is all because of the Air Force, and that's crazy to think about. Okay, a few more questions, and then I'll probably end it because it's getting to that 4 hour mark. I don't think I've ever talked for 4 hours before straight, not even on my flight attendant jobs. Anyways, so if you have any last minute questions, put them in the chat. If you haven't said anything in the chat yet and you want me to answer your questions, do right now. Do I have any tattoos? Yes, I have 4 tattoos. And I got them pretty much around the same time in the beginning of January and February, respectively, of 2019. And I want to get more. But it's just, again, time and just effort and money that I could be spending on trips. I feel like my main priority for now is like saving money to go on trips and to spend on trips and spend on experiences. Because you can gain more money, but you can't gain more time doing the things that you want to do. So if you want to book that trip to a place that you've been meaning to go to, but you just haven't gone to, of course, work it out with work or life in general, but definitely make it a goal to just go there. Like, even if it's like, oh, it's a little bit outside my budget, like just go for it. Like, as long as it's not gonna, like bankrupt you, then by all means, like, enjoy it, live your life. Because I mean, for me, for example, the past 10 years have gone by in a blur. And I mean, if someone lives to be 100 years old, that's already a tenth of their life. And it's just so crazy what I've been able to accomplish within the past 3 years of my career. Going to all these places, seeing all these experiences, even experiences here in the United States, all the concerts I've gone to, all the places I've been, all the people I've met, and all the, like, it's just been like the most surreal like thing that I get to do all that. So long story short, yes, I have tattoos, 4 tattoos. And they are allowed in the Air Force. I remember back in the day, I think when I first joined, you couldn't have tattoos like past, like they could only be like in covered areas. But now I think like they could go down to like here. So that's why I was able to get like a fern tattoo. And I think now they're even allowing, I don't know if it's like a waiver or not, but like neck tattoos. Let's see. And then Frassix from Gary, you're becoming a flight attendant in Air Force seems like the ultimate job for you. Is a natural fit. Will you be able to finish out your career as a flight attendant? I hope so. As in finish my career in the Air Force as a flight attendant, I would sure hope so. I know there's stuff recently that has come up where I don't know if I'll be able to stay in the Air Force for much longer, which is upsetting to think about. But I mean, again, if that's the case, just go with the flow of things. But yes, I would love to pretty much retire as a flight attendant doing my full 20 years, because I know there's a bunch of people that I work with that have done that. And I would love to do that. So we'll see if that happens or not. And then Bobby says, yeah, basically, yeah, just do what makes you happy. I mean, I feel like that, like if you think about it in that way, like doing things that like brings you the most joy or satisfaction, like sure, sometimes it's not the best choice. And I feel like hopefully people have the most common sense to realize when that choice isn't the best choice. But most of the time, more likely than not, if you have a choice between something, just do the thing that you gravitate towards the most. Even if you're taking some kind of risk with it, if it's not risking your life or anyone else's life, then just do it, you know? Just imagine you've done all this in 10 years, the next 10 years will be amazing. I don't even know what the heck I'm going to be doing in 10 years. Or where I'll be in 10 years. I don't even know where I'll be in a year, if I'm being honest. But yeah, thank you, Bernie and Bobby and Gary as well. And there have been a few more questions that some people have been asking me on Instagram real quick. So I'll just pull this up real quick and then I'll be done because I'll try to end this stream in like 10 minutes. Stevie asked, do you plan on staying in the military for your whole career? I kind of answered that. I hope so. Things might be changing within the next 2 years, but I hope I can make it a career. Oh, some interesting questions. Let's see. What has most surprised you about your experience in the military so far? That I've made it this far. That's probably the thing that's surprised me the most. But also just how, I don't know, how lucky I am. I think that's the thing that surprised me the most because I feel like looking back at it and like hearing people's stories about their career and like what they've gone through in their job right now, like I just look back and I'm just like, I never really truly had like a difficult time in my career. Not to say that to gloat or anything, but it's just like, it's just another thing that just surprises me. I mean, knock on wood. Some people knock on wood for me. You can't see it, but it's right there. But yeah, like I'm just surprised that I've been able to have the experiences that I've had, and I'm thankful to have the experiences that I had. But yeah, and then let's see. I want to know why someone obviously as adorable, smart, clever is single. Why you're amazing. So basically asking why I'm single. I don't know. I've actually given up on relation. Okay, this is not Air Force related, but just to say like I've kind of given up on dating. As in like that's the thing that didn't bring me again back to the thing where we're talking about happiness. Finding someone is like that is not making me happy. I can have happy experiences with those people, but it does not make me happy. It's stressful. It sucks. Mentally, it sucks. So therefore, if you take that out, just focus on things that I want to, if I want to focus on things that I want to focus on, I'm more happy. And what I want to focus on is Frassix, just branding, my content, traveling, hanging out with people, Grand Theft Auto 6, whenever the hell that is going to be released. And yeah, then Victor, speaking of Grand Theft Auto 6, says, bro, I saw that you have a PS5 and waiting for GTA 6 too. If you want, can we play some heist? I don't think I've ever, or like it's been a while since I've co-opted with someone in a while, or like played online. Because I just really suck at online stuff, even though I love video games. But if you are willing to, be patient with me, then I'm more than happy to play a game or two with people. I've been meaning to do that as well. Like if people have the PlayStation 5 and you want to play certain games, I would be down to do that, especially when GTA 6 comes out. And then whenever the online version comes out, I definitely want to do that. So yeah, but also along those lines, I still want to do a meetup somewhere in the world for all of you guys that are watching and just whoever wants to visit. But I don't know where it would be. Like, again, like I had this conversation with you guys the last time I did the live stream. Just nothing really ever came out from it. I was thinking of, maybe Palm Springs or San Diego was one that I really want to do. And then maybe Chicago or Miami. I wanted to originally do some kind of meetup in Miami for my birthday. That didn't end up happening. But yeah, or like just somewhere else. So if you guys have any suggestions, just let me know for that, because I do want to do that eventually. Don't know what we would do, but knowing me, if I had to make the itinerary, it'd be something with a little bit of adventure, a little bit physicality, as in like walking and hiking maybe, or just a lot of like just exploring, and just, I mean, good times and good vibes and a lot of just picture taking. So that if I can get all those and put them into one and people can merge, and like we could like stay at a certain place for like a couple of days, if you're willing to do that, like hotel wise, or like share a hotel with different people, not me, but like just like, I don't know, that's something I would have to like work out with some people. But anyways, that is pretty much it. There's 4 more minutes until 4 hours. Wow, I can't believe I talked for 4 hours, and it's pretty much almost time for me to eat my lunch/dinner. So anyway, or Key West meetup. We could do a boat tour or a thing. We could do that if anyone wants to go to Key West. I mean, there's not too much to do there, but that could be an option for relaxing. But anyways, again, thank you so much to everyone for joining me on this live stream, and it's been a pleasure, or an honor. It's been an honor taking you through the past 10 years of my career. And whether you just recently found me and are tuning in, or if you've known me for a while or been following me for a while, I thank you for supporting me, dealing with me and my randomness, or just the stuff that I do and put out. It really means a lot. Again, tomorrow, as in like tomorrow in the United States time, I'm going to be releasing these, or giving the option, or posting the link, the Google Forums link, where you will be able to potentially get a travel brochure, if you want one, which I love making like promotional stuff like this. So if you would want one, definitely check that out whenever I do put that out tomorrow. And yeah, if you guys have any other questions, I've been really bad just because I've gotten so much DMs. Like, it's hard for me to keep up with it, and I'm just one person, unfortunately. So if you do send me a message, there's probably a chance that I won't see it. But like, I mean, like, I feel like at least on Instagram, or if you comment on a post, I feel like I'm more than likely able to see that. But yeah, if you still have any questions or comments or something, still message me. I'm more than happy to, whenever I am able to answer those questions or comments. I would definitely love to do that. Yeah, I feel like there's like something else I want to say. I don't know when I want to do another live chat. Maybe I might do, because again, next week, I'm going to be resuming my flight attendant vlogs. So stay tuned for that and hit hit that notification bell to know when I do put that out, which it's going to be May 24th at 11 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, or next Sunday, May 24th, which also, again, I'm going to be at the airport during that time. So maybe I might do like a little Instagram live. I've never done an Instagram live actually, so that might be something that I'm into. So stay tuned for that. I don't have Instagram notifications on, so but just like that might be something that I can do next week. If not, still the vlog will still be up during that time. So definitely look forward to that. I look forward to the remainder of this year in terms of like sharing things with you and sharing all the ventures that I've gone on last year / this year with you guys. Hopefully you enjoy it. Don't forget to share it, like it, comment on it, all that fun stuff. And yeah, well, thank you to everyone in the chat. Like, you guys are like amazing for all the questions, comments, advice, all that kind of stuff. You guys are amazing. Thank you for staying with me, especially like if it's past your bedtime, such as you, Gary. Like, just go to sleep. Like, I appreciate you so much, and I appreciate everyone so much for staying with me, especially if you've been here for the full 4 hours, which you just hit 4 hours and 1 minute. So personal best. Am I ever gonna beat this? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I might stream GTA 6 when that comes out. That might be my longer one. Who knows? I don't know when that's gonna be happening. But again, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much for joining me for my 10-year anniversary of me joining the Air Force. It's been a crazy, fun, wild past 10 years. Whenever I went into basic training exactly 10 years ago, I did not expect to be where I am right now and to have done the things that I've done. So I can only imagine what is going to happen within the next 10 years. But as I've said in my posts and stuff, as long as I am happy, then that is all that matters. So anyways, I shall end the stream right now, and I shall talk to you guys later. And if you guys ever want to like go back to this stream, I'm pretty sure I'll be posting this whenever I'm able to. So you guys have a good day, a good time, and I'll catch you whenever. So bye.